Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Rosenbaum, Chair of the Legislative Committee, and this is the May 18th, 2023 Legislative Committee meeting. Let me first indicate that the public is welcome to make comments. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via the WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting at the California Board of Accountancy headquarters here in person. I will then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment. You will be allowed up to 5 minutes for public comment. I would like to note that member Jacobson will also be participating remotely, and there are no members of the public at his location. I'd now like to establish a quorum, so Ms. Reed, if you would take attendance.
Joseph Rosenbaum.
Here.
Evangeline Ward.
Here.
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan here.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Christian Lotta.
Present.
Tony Lynn. Yin Tu.
Yes.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me then read the mission of the Board of Accountancy into the record. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. This mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. Okay, with that, I'll open it up, follow the agenda along. The first item, item number 1, public comments for items not on the agenda. Are there any public comments here in the room? Seeing none, moderator, can you see if there are any public comments via WebEx?
We are now accepting public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of your screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take about 15 seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. And as a note, commenters will be given 5 minutes to speak. And there will be a 30-second warning before the end of your opportunity to speak. Seeing no requests for comment, do you wish to return to the agenda?
Yes, please. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 2, which is the approval of the minutes of our last March 23, 2023 Legislative Committee meeting. Are there any public comments? Seeing none here in Sacramento, are there any public comments? I guess before we take public comment, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I can motion to move the minutes.
And do we have a second?
Yes, I will second that motion.
Okay, now, are there any public comments here in Sacramento? Seeing none, are there any, moderator, can you see if there are any public comments on the WebEx?
We are now accepting public comments on the minutes. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take about 15 seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no requests for the motion, or seeing no requests, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda. Oh, sorry. Ms. Reed, will you call for the vote to approve the minutes?
Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
Dan Jacobson.
Yes.
Christian Lotta.
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Yin Tu,
Yes.
and Evangeline Ward.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 3 is the California Board of Accountancy 2023 Legislative Tracking Chart, the 2023 Legislative Calendar, and considerations for taking positions on legislation. This is a written report only, but do we have any questions by any of the committee members? Any public comment? Any public comment on WebEx, moderator?
We are once again open for public comment. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to return to the agenda?
Yes, please. Let's move on to agenda item number 4. We have David Hemphill, Information and Planning Officer, to provide an update, discussion, and possible action on legislation which the California Board of Accountancy has taken a position. Mr. Hemphill.
Thank you, Chair Rosenbaum. Good morning, members. My name is David Hemphill. I am the Information and Planning Officer of the CBA. This item is to provide the California Board of Accountancy an update and discussion on the legislative proposals which the CBA has already taken a position. So that will be Senate Bill 887 from the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee related to Consumers Affairs. SB 887 contains non-substantive changes for several DCA boards and bureaus, including provisions approved by the CBA at its January 2023 meeting, which are outlined in the analysis. SB 887 was amended on April 20th, 2023. The amendments make a grammatical change and deleted an obsolete report regarding peer review requirements, as we discussed at the March meeting. This bill is currently in the Assembly Rules Committee, awaiting referral to a policy committee. Staff recommend the CBA maintain its support position on this bill, and no action is required. I will now hand it back to Chair Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have.
I have no questions. Does anyone else on the committee have any questions? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number 5, which, again, you're up. Presentation on the review and consideration of possible positions on legislation.
Thanks again, Chair Rosenbaum. All right, this item is to provide the California Board of Accountancy information on legislation to consider taking a position on. I have 4 bills to present to you this morning. We'll start with Assembly Bill 883 by Assemblymember Mathis, Business Licenses, United States Department of Defense Skill Bridge Program. Assembly Bill 883 would require boards within the Department of Consumer Affairs, we'll call them DCA, to expedite the initial license process for an applicant who supplies satisfactory evidence that they are an active duty member of the United States Armed Forces enrolled in the Department of Defense's Skill Bridge Program. The Skill Bridge Program provides job training and employment skills training, including apprenticeship programs. Given this focus and the short duration of the program, which is 180 days, for outbound service members, staff has determined the program would not usefully aid those in the Skill Bridge program in obtaining the educational requirements necessary to sit for the uniform CPA examination, and is also not long enough to fulfill the entirety of the accounting experience requirement. The bill is currently on the Assembly Appropriations Committee suspense calendar. Staff have no recommended position on this measure. I'll now turn it back over to Chair for a possible motion should the CBA wish to take a position. Alternatively, staff can move this bill to our monitoring list and present it in the future if amendments are made.
Thank you very much. Do we have any comments and or a motion from any of the committee members regarding taking a position? I guess it would be taking a position as opposed to no position, which is what we currently have, or moving it to the monitor list, given the status. Please decide. I would suggest that we move this bill to the monitoring list. Any further discussion?
Chair Rosenbaum,
Yes.
this is the moderator. Member Jacobson has his hand up.
I just noticed that. Thank you very much. Mr. Jacobson.
I was feeling lonely down here in Tuscany. I have a question for David, and the question is this: will there be a substantial burden on our staff if this bill is approved?
Thank you for that question, Member Jacobson. We already expedite military licenses, so this really would not be anything additional for what the CBA already does with our military liaison.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any public comment on the recommendation to move to monitoring Assembly Bill 883 here in Sacramento? Moderator, do we have any comments from the WebEx?
We are now accepting public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, please. Mr. Hemphill, would you? Oh, sorry, we have a question.
Yes, I guess I need clarification. So, I mean, I didn't take a particular position because it didn't seem to have an impact. And as Mr. Hemphill indicated, we already, moved those folks through at a pretty record rate. So do we need a motion? I mean, our staff are monitoring this bill. So do we need a motion to keep it on the monitoring list? I'm just confused.
My understanding is we did not need a motion
We do not need
to do that.
So the status is that we're monitoring it. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I thought you said it was not on the monitor. It's at no position right now. Is that right?
There are a list of bills that are on the monitor list. We were presenting this as a possibility to raise to a position, but if we take no position, it will remain on the monitor list.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we ready to move on?
Move on to Senate Bill 372.
Thank you. Okay, so this is item 5B.
Mr. Chair, this is the moderator. Mr. Jacobson has his hand up.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. With the monitoring, if staff could keep an eye out for if this would cause other boards and commissions and so forth some sort of substantive problem, and let us know that. It would be well appreciated, because otherwise I think it'd be a good idea to support.
Okay, we will note that, Member Jacobson. Thank you.
Senate Bill 372.
Got it. So this is item 5B, Senate Bill 372 by Senator Menjivar regarding the Department of Consumer Affairs licensee and registrant records, name and gender changes. So SB 372 would require boards within DCA to update a licensee's legal name or gender in its online license verification system if the board receives government-issued documentation from the licensee demonstrating that they have been changed. The board would also be required to remove a licensee's former name or gender from its online license verification system and treat this information as confidential. The board would be required to establish a process to allow a person to request and obtain a licensee's current name or enforcement action record linked to a former name of a licensee. It should be noted that the CBA does not collect gender identifying information from licensees or applicants, so that provision of the bill would have no bearing on the CBA. Staff have noted potential consumer impacts depending on how the legislation, if passed, would be implemented. This bill, as currently drafted, may create an additional step for consumers to access licensing and enforcement-related information associated with a licensee's record who requests a name change. According to the bill, it would require consumers to submit a Public Records Act, or PRA, request in order to obtain information about a licensee who has a former name, including any related enforcement or disciplinary action. PRA requests must be completed within 10 days of receipt. Additionally, the legislation does not contemplate boards who may have other enforcement-related information on their website not contained in an online license verification system, such as the CBA does. If consumers use the CBA's Public Enforcement Documents search tool and locate information on a licensee who has subsequently changed their name, they may be unable to locate the licensee when searching for that name using license lookup to verify licensure. The provisions of this bill would apply to all licensees requesting a name change, not just requests from those who are transgender or non-binary. The bill does not take into consideration licensees requesting a name change who may want to retain their former name in an online database. Under this measure, the CBA will have to develop policies and procedures to properly address how to identify on license lookup a way to alert consumers that a former name and enforcement action may exist for a licensee and how consumers could request this information. If consumers do not have a way of identifying that a name change may have occurred, then a possibility could exist that a consumer would need to submit a request for information every time they did a search for a licensee. This could have a dramatic impact on staff workload for PRA requests and also have the unintended consequence of lessening the reliability of the license lookup tool. The bill is currently in the Senate Appropriations Committee and has been placed on the suspense calendar and is set for a hearing today. We have been informed that DCA is working on proposing possible edits to the author that may address most of the concerns identified in the analysis. Staff do not have a recommendation for a position. However, staff do recommend the CBA prepare a letter to the author to share its concerns related to consumer access. I'll now turn it back over to the chair should the CBA wish to make a motion, but staff is happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. When will the results of the meeting that's taking place today be known?
We'll probably know the results by tomorrow.
Oh, by tomorrow.
Potentially this afternoon if we were to call the committee office, but tomorrow likely.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Jacobson.
The experience that I know about in this area is that of my brother, who is a lawyer and changed his name, and there seems to be no problem. So I think executed correctly, it's something that we could report. If someone changes his or her name or his or her gender, then that's something that should be of public information. So I moved to support with the letter that was suggested earlier.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I get a clarification? Dan, are you saying move to support the bill or move to support the letter stating our concern?
Thank you. Support if changes are made according to the letter. Because as I understand it, the letter would allow for the best practices of implementation.
My only comment would be that we maybe wouldn't vote to support the bill, certainly pending the hearing is taking place today. But I do believe that we ought to direct staff to prepare a letter with the concerns that we have about the additional workload with the information requests. Yes, Ms. Corrigan.
Do we have to wait for a second to discuss this, or are we in discussion mode right now? I mean, I have some discussion. I'm just not sure where we are.
You would need to wait for a second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dan, could you please restate your motion for us, please?
The motion is to support if the changes are made as outlined in the letter.
Mr. Jacobson, I'm not quite sure. Mr. Jacobson, I'm not quite sure, and I'll defer to Mr. Frangella, but I believe it wouldn't be support if amended because then we wouldn't be supporting it. So it would need to be either take a watch and submit the letter with our concerns or reject unless amended. Or sorry, what is it? Not reject, but oppose. Oppose. My error.
May I ask Dominic, are we allowed to support if amended?
Yes, there's obviously there's nothing to say that the board can't support if amended when I just want to clarify that if you're supporting the bill in its context, you're supporting the policy as well and all the underlying factors that go with it. So if it's a support if amended, then if they make the amendments the board wants, the board's position would move to a standalone support position on the bill as a whole. There's also the opportunity to do, as legal counsel noted, and what board staff have more or less recommended, is maintain a kind of a neutral or a watch position and offer up some amendments that don't go to the policy of the bill, but affect the consumer aspects and the consumer access to information that is important to this board for consumer protection purposes. And that would be more of a watch and share any of the concerns, or the board could take position on the bill as an oppose unless amended. Again, it's not necessarily saying you're opposing the bill's policies, but you're opposing potentially how it's being implemented as well. So there's a lot of options. And so I'm presuming what Mr. Jacobson is requesting at this time, or the motion on the floor, is a support if amended position, which would be support the bill if the staff's amendments are, if the board's amendments are addressed at a future date.
That's correct, and thank you. So
let me ask one further clarifying question, and that is, what is the effect of saying we support if amended? This is not something that gets communicated, or does it?
Yeah, staff send a letter, as we've done on other bills. You'll see an attachment saying what the board's position is, whether or not support, oppose, potentially watch with any of the clarifying questions we have. So in this particular case, what happens is a support if amended position basically means we support the policy, we support the concept, but we support various aspects of the bill. We have some concerns. If you address those concerns and take into consideration our amendments, then your support is no longer conditional, and it becomes a standalone support position for the entirety of the bill.
And this is legal, if I may. This is becoming a bit more discussion, and we have not yet received a second. The purpose of a second is that more than one person on the committee wishes to entertain the thought and move it to discussion and a vote. So if no second, then the motion fails.
Do I have a second?
I second Mr. Jacobson's motion.
Okay, thank you. Now we can discuss. Ms. Corrigan.
Yes, I just want to express that my difficulty in supporting and saying, yes, let's support if amended, I don't even fully understand what the letter would include. I mean, I'm reading here and staff comments that this could have a significant impact on us. I don't disagree with the policy, and I think it's great if somebody needs to change their name and everything else. I just don't know the impact on our staff and, you know, consumer protection and that sort of thing. So I am more likely to watch and also write the letter of concerns so that we are voicing ours along with whatever it is the DCA is putting together. Thank you.
Ms. Ward.
I think that the bill, I don't know, maybe I'm seeing it differently, but if it's coming from somewhere higher and then from DCA, it's something that's going to happen more than likely, because it is something where the name changes, whether it's you get married, gender, whatever you decide the reason. We do have to protect the consumer to be able to find that person, but at the same time, if the name changes for the safety of the applicant or the person holding the license, that's another twist to it as well. So it's something I think that not just this board, all boards probably have concerns. So I'm more in favor to send the letter with our concerns to see if the author can try to work out something for all boards of what we need to do to tweak it to make it work for everyone.
And I would agree with these comments. I would also tend to maintain a watch position, but also sending a letter. As we were informed, it would have a relatively significant impact as written on the operations of the board, and would also have some issues with respect to consumer protection. Given that there is a hearing today and that the DCA is working on their own thoughts on this, I would rather that we take a watch position, but send a letter expressing these concerns, and then see how things develop with the legislative process. Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? Are there any comments, moderator, from the WebEx?
We are now accepting public comment on the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, let's continue. Shall we take vote? Ms. Reed.
Evangeline Ward.
I'm so sorry, because I want to make sure I understand the motion. So he's asking to amend it, to accept it, or is he saying a letter first?
It's a support if amended position at present. So that's the motion, support if amended. It would include a letter, but it wouldn't be, it's not a watch if amended, it's a support if amended. So.
Okay, my vote would say no.
Yen Tu.
No.
Joe Rosenbaum.
No.
Christian Lotta.
No.
Dan Jacobson.
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan. No. And the motion fails.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and make a separate motion, and that would be that we maintain no position on this bill at the moment, but direct CBA staff to issue a letter outlining the concerns that we have over the impact on the operations of the board and also the consumer protection issues.
And I will second that.
Do we have any discussion? Any discussion? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. Does the no, you mentioned current position is no, is that the same as a watch?
My belief is it is. We have no position.
No, okay. Thank you for clarifying.
It wasn't a no, no position. Any further discussion on the committee? Any discussion, any public comment from Sacramento? Any public comment from the moderator?
We are now accepting public comment on the new motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to return to the motion?
Yes, thank you. Can we take a vote?
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
And Christian Lotta?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hemphill, can we continue with Senate Bill 544?
Yes, thank you, Chair Rosenbaum. All right, this is item 5C, Senate Bill 544 by Senator Laird regarding the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act teleconferencing. SB 544 would amend the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act related to how a state body conducts a meeting by teleconference. The bill would require state bodies to provide an opportunity for the public to address the state body, ensure the state body implements procedures to accommodate and resolve requests from individuals with disabilities, cease or recess meetings when technical issues are identified, and provide transparency for those participating remotely by requiring the disclosure of other individuals 18 years of age and older who are present. It should be pointed out that this measure would take effect on January 1, 2024, 6 months after the expiration of the current teleconferencing provisions, which expire on July 1, 2023. Although the CBA is primarily holding meetings in person, this would provide flexibility in the future should the CBA wish to conduct teleconference meetings. This measure is currently in the Assembly, pending a referral to a policy committee. Staff recommend the CBA adopt a support position on SB 544. I'll now turn it back over to the chair for a possible motion, and staff is happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. Point of clarification, do we need a motion to support? Yes, okay. Do I have a motion to support Senate Bill 544?
I would like to make a motion to support Senate Bill 544.
Do we have a second?
I will second that, but I have a question as to whether we want to also consider directing staff to include a letter, as in the staff recommendation. That would eliminate the requirement of at least one meeting to be held in Southern California and one in Northern. I think that would mean we would have more options or choices.
Thank you. Could we have an amendment? Does it make sense to have an amended?
Does Ward consider amending her motion?
I can amend it, but I have a question. The bill itself is just for the way we operate the meeting, but I think, am I right with how we operate amongst ourselves? Is that part of the bill, or that's just what we do? So would that be something to amend to a bill, though? Would you like to?
Sorry, yeah, can we have clarification?
So the 544 pertains to the government code and regarding to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act and the teleconference portion of it. The portion regarding the requirement to have at least one meeting in Southern California and one meeting in Northern California is a provision that's likely more specific to the Department of Consumer Affairs, not just the Board of Accountancy per se. and it's in the Business and Professions Code, so it's in a separate section, different section of the law. So we can, if you wish to include that amendment in there, we can include that in the letter. Since the bill is primarily on the Bagley Keen Open Meeting Act, I'm not sure how much success we'll have. And because that particular provision on Southern and Northern impacts more than just the Board of Accountancy, I can't speak to whether the author, but we can certainly, put it in there, and which is why staff identified that. So if that helps, I'm sorry.
Yes, I just want to make sure that we can make a motion. Yes, I will amend it. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I will second that amended motion. Thank you.
Okay, and before we have discussion, the clarification is that the motion is to support Senate Bill 544 and also include in our support for having meetings in Southern and Northern California. No, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just to clarify, the letter would be kind of consistent with a recommendation. It would be to take a support position on 544, and then also to include in that letter a suggestion that the author consider amending Business and Profession Code Section 101.7 that would eliminate the requirement to have at least one meeting in Southern California and one meeting in Northern California. So it just provide increased flexibility, if that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Do we have a discussion? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the bill, but I'm not sure I would like to support the letter itself, because being from Southern California, I do like the fact that meeting and provide opportunity for people in Southern California to be able to attend the meeting in person. And am I not understanding this clearly?
Yes, so I think by having the flexibility, and what you're saying is that it can not harm, but people from Southern can't come to Northern. My experience is that having the option of having it online, more people attend. If I had the option of not going to Los Angeles next week for a meeting, I would not be there. I would be online, but I am forced to go. So I might be there moody, but I'm forced to go. But I think having the option online will have an opportunity to have more people attend who can't attend. Even in the same location, it might be easier to be in Los Angeles and be on Zoom in Los Angeles, I thought.
Mr. Jacobson?
Thank you. They say that 80% of life is showing up. And I think that may be a little bit on the low side. It's important through that people go to different places and allow and meet different people and see different things over, especially if they are things within the geographical area of where they have jurisdiction. So I think that, remember pre-COVID, we were going to Southern California every other meeting, and to Northern California every other meeting. To require us to come down here, and by here I mean Southern California, not necessarily Tustin, although Tustin has a wonderful residence in. That is not, that is just going back just a smidgen to where we were before. I have a medical condition, which is why I am on WebEx. I'm missing being in the same room with y'all, shaking your hands, looking in your eyes, having you looking into my eyes, and know what and have the communication that takes place when there's a physical person there, not a virtual person there. And if we advertise appropriately, we can hopefully get some people who are accountants, who are public members, who are students in Southern California to come to one meeting a year in Southern California. Thank you.
Ms. Corrigan. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I'm not going to be supporting the motion, not because of the bill itself, but the additional letter is unnecessary in my point of view, because that's a sort of a total different topic in itself, and it's a business policy for us to go down south and north meeting and so forth, and part of the Consumer Affairs Department business practice, correct? And so therefore, that's the reason why I would not be supporting, not because of the bill itself. I would like to support the bill. I just think it's unnecessary to add the letter.
Ms. Corrigan.
So, Ms. Pierce, could you explain again, so that at least I'm not confused, I don't know about anybody else, the benefits of supporting this? And also, I understand board policy, but I think there is a requirement, a legislative requirement about where or how often we meet and where we hold those meetings. So could you expand on that, please?
So 544, it extends the current provisions that we're operating under now with regards to teleconference meetings, with regards to being able to have Mr. Jacobson, for example, participate remotely without having to identify his specific location on the agenda. So that's probably one of the biggest changes in this bill. And then there's some other kind of safeguards in there that are being proposed in terms of if there's a technical disruption, if there's other adults at his location that he has to disclose, the relationship. So that's kind of the core of the bill. So it does kind of just create flexibility. The board has made some decisions. CBA leadership has made some decisions that they want to have meetings in person. This bill wouldn't preclude that. This bill wouldn't preclude us from having a completely remote meeting, although there is a provision that at least one staff member or one board member be at a physical location that's identified on the agenda. So it really just kind of creates this big realm of, flexibility in there. Under the provision that we added into the recommendation regarding Business and Profession Code Section 101.7, that's an existing law now that requires boards to meet at least once in Southern California and at least once in Northern California. So essentially by that, it's requiring 2 meetings a year. So there's the requirement. Board has set the policy that we meet 6 times a year. So that's at the board's discretion, so they can do that. The one thing I will add is that if the board decides to send a letter saying, hey, can you also consider removing this, requirement to have a Southern and Northern, that doesn't preclude the board from meeting in Southern and Northern California. The board approves the meeting calendar every year, a year in advance, actually. And so when we bring that, a lot of times we'll actually identify locations like, hey, we plan to have these 2 meetings in Southern and these 2 meetings in Northern. But the board can then direct us, have 4 meetings in Southern California, have 2 in North. So there's a lot of flexibility on the board side with or without this provision in here. So the board ultimately kind of controls the location where we meet, Southern or Northern California. So they can still retain that even if this provision were to be eliminated from the law. So there's some flexibility there. So hopefully that was responsive to your question, Ms. Corrigan.
Donna.
Thank you, Chair Rosenbaum. I just wanted to say that I'm in agreement with Ms. Chu's comments. I don't think it's necessary to have the letter, so just wanted to state my opinion about that.
Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? Moderator, do we have any public comment from the WebEx?
We are now accepting public comment on the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes. And to ensure that we completely understand what the motion is to issue a letter of support for Senate Bill 544 and include in that letter a request for consideration that Business and Professions Code Section 101.7 eliminate the requirement that at least one meeting be held in Northern and one meeting held in Southern California every year. Can we take the vote?
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
No, for the reasons stated by Ms. Chu.
Christian Lotta?
No.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
No.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Tie. If it's a tie, motion fails.
Okay, the motion fails.
Okay, so that motion failed. Yes, Ms. Tu?
I would like to make a motion to support the bill without letter.
To clarify, the letter, the support is a letter. It's just that without your, so.
Letters of support.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second that, so long as what Ms. Tu is talking about is the letter not include anything about the Southern California meeting issue.
Yes, to clarify, I believe the motion is to issue a letter of support of Senate Bill 544 without any additional language regarding the Business and Professions Code, Section 101.7. Any further committee discussion? Any public comment in Sacramento? Any public comment, moderator, on the WebEx?
We are now accepting public comment on the new motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to return to the motion?
Yes, please. Can we have the vote?
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan?
No.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you all. One last item on this agenda item D, Senate Bill 802.
Thank you, Chair Rosenbaum. Item 5D, Senate Bill 802 by Senator Roth regarding licensing boards, disqualification from licensure, criminal conviction. SB 802 would require a board that decides to deny an application for licensure based solely or in part on the applicant's conviction history to notify the applicant in writing within 30 days after a decision is made. Although, since this bill was included on the agenda, we learned from the author's office that this is just a placeholder vehicle and will not move forward in its current form through the duration of this legislative session. The measure is currently in the Assembly Business and Professions Committee awaiting a hearing. So staff recommend the CBA move this bill to its monitor list, and if it is amended further, it will be presented at a future meeting.
Thank you very much. Is there action required on this?
Yeah, sorry, I should have finished. No action on this, because it technically is already on the monitor list. We were going to bring it for a change, but so no action is needed on this, and I will hand it back to Chair Rosenbaum.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Any further discussion from the committee, from public here in Sacramento? Any discussion from the public, any public comment from the WebEx?
We are now accepting public comment via WebEx. If you'd like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, please. Let's move on to item number 6, again with Mr. Hemphill, the review and possible consideration of positions on legislation the California Board of Accountancy is currently monitoring.
All right. Thank you once again, Chair Rosenbaum. So there are currently 7 legislative items which CBA staff are currently monitoring under this agenda item. Several of the bills which were on this list at the March 2023 meeting have been removed as they have since been amended and are no longer relevant to the CBA. These bills, the 7, could still be developed into proposals that are relevant to the CBA, but at this time there is nothing specific to highlight. As bills evolve into legislation that impacts the practice of public accountancy or has an impact on the operations of the CBA, staff will prepare an analysis and the bill will be presented at a subsequent CBA meeting. I will now hand it back to Chair Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Do we have any public comment here in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, can you see if there are any public comments from the WebEx?
We are once again accepting public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Hemphill, for all of your presentations this morning. The next item on the agenda is agenda items for the next meeting, and this would be, of course, anything in addition to our regular updates, etc. Do we have any items for the future agenda? Seeing none here, any public comment regarding future agenda items? Moderator, would you please see if there are any public comments from the WebEx regarding future agenda items?
We are now accepting public comment for future agenda items. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And it looks like our first request comes from Stephanie. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. You'll be given 5 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I just jumped in, so you guys might have answered this already. I have a question regarding the 18-month extension that was, or sorry, the 30-month extension that was granted by the NSBA. That's just my comment. I don't know if you guys are discussing that later or not. That's just it. Thank you.
Mr. Frenzella.
Thank you. That has not actually been brought up on our agenda. That's on the CBA agenda after our next committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Are there any further public comment?
There are no other requests for public comment at the moment.
Okay, with that, then we will adjourn this meeting of the Legislative Committee.
Okay, good morning. My name is Christian Lotta, Chair of the Committee on Professional Conduct and Board Member of the CBA. And we're about to adjourn our meeting. So we're about to begin our meeting. So today is the May 18th, 2023 Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. The CBA has provided the opportunity for the public to participate via the WebEx platform. When we take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting here at the California Board of Accountancy headquarters. I will then ask the moderator to open up the lines for public comment. You will be allotted up to 5 minutes for public comment. I would like to note that Board Member Jacobson will be participating remotely and there are no members of the public at his location. I will now turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed to establish a quorum.
Christian Lotta,
Present.
Nancy Corrigan,
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Dan Jacobson,
Here.
Dee Dee Owens,
Dee Dee Owens, present.
and Michael Savoy.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Okay, now that we've established our quorum, I will read the following into record. The CBA's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. The mission is derived from the statutory requirement that protection of the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. And with that, we will continue on with our meeting agenda. Our agenda item number 1 is public comments for items not on the agenda. Do I have any comments? Seeing none, or no member comments, we'll move on to public comment here in Sacramento. Seeing none, moderator, do we have any public comments on WebEx?
We are now accepting public comments for items not on the agenda. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take about 15 seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the agenda?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 2, approve minutes for the March 23rd Committee on Professional Conduct meeting. Do I have a member or a motion from a board member?
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Do I have a second? Ms. Corrigan?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on the item? Okay, no member comments. Do I have any public comments on this agenda item? Seeing no public comments in Sacramento, moderator, can you open up WebEx for public comment?
We are now open for public comment. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a couple seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, shall we continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Okay, Ms. Reed, can you call for the vote?
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Christian Latta,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
and Michael Savoy.
Abstain.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Moving on to agenda item number 3. Discussion and possible action regarding American Institute of Certified Public Accountants reporting of peer review information and documentation to the California Board of Accountancy. And we'll have a presentation on this item from Sarah Benedict.
Thank you, Chair Latta. My name is Sarah Benedict, and I am the manager of the Renewal and Continuing Competency Unit. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the CBA with an opportunity to continue its discussions on the challenges CBA has identified with the AICPA peer review program and to take action as appropriate. At its January 2022 meeting, CBA leadership identified peer review as a priority project. As part of the priority project, CBA management discussed concerns with CalCPA and AICPA on numerous occasions. The concerns are listed at the bottom of page 1. The CBA and CalCPA worked together to successfully resolve 2 of the 5 issues. At its March meeting, the CBA determined that the 3 remaining peer review issues should be further discussed by the CPC. The first 2 issues are being presented to the CPC today for consideration. And those issues are ensuring all documents are provided to the CBA upon request and ensuring all failed peer review reports are filed with the CBA. The remaining issue related to the selection of attendees associated with oversight activities is scheduled for discussion at the July 2023 CPC meeting. The 2 issues being discussed today are included as attachments 1 and 2. I will begin by presenting attachment 1, and then the CPC will be given an opportunity to ask questions and discuss before we move on to attachment 2. I will then conclude my presentation with staff recommendations. Okay, now turning to attachment 1. Attachment 1 addresses the issue of ensuring all documents are provided to the CBA upon request. The AICPA uses the Peer Review Integrated Management System, or PRIMA, as its peer review administration system. A state board of accountancy may use PRIMA to access a firm's peer review report rating. Firms also use PRIMA to opt in to sharing objective information with state boards of accountancy via the Facilitated State Board Access, or FASBA, web tool. Firms have the option to allow basic information to be shared or to allow expanded access. Basic documentation includes the acceptance letter, the peer review report, and the letter of response. If the firm allows expanded access, the State Board of Accountancy receives the documents and information that is listed on the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2. If a firm does not provide a State Board of Accountancy FASBA access, the State Board of Accountancy can only see the report rating in PRIMA. If additional documents and information for oversight or investigation is needed and it is beyond what is available in FASBA, the AICPA requests permission from the firm prior to fulfilling the State Board of Accountancy's request. California licensed firms are not required to opt into the FASBA system. While the objective information is available in FASBA provides access to some documents for oversight, additional information is sometimes necessary. The AICPA will not give the CBA the requested information unless firms give the AICPA permission to share the information. This is problematic as it allows the firms to control what information the CBA has access to, and it could impede CPA investigations. Staff believes the California Code of Regulations Section 48.3, which is included as Attachment 5 for your reference, provides the CBA with access to this information. However, the CBA could choose to further clarify this by enacting a regulatory or statutory change. Staff have identified two possible solutions the CBA may wish to consider. Staff recommend option 1, which would reaffirm the action taken by the CBA in May 2022 to include increased access to peer review information as a new issue in the 2024 Sunset Review Report, along with draft legislative language to require all California licensed firms, including sole proprietors, to opt into the sharing of all available objective information with the CBA via FASBA, and to require the CBA-approved peer review program provider to produce all peer review related information upon request of the CBA, even in instances where permission from the firm is not provided. That concludes my presentation for attachment 1, and before I move on to attachment 2, I will pause and turn it over to Chair Lotta, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Do I have a motion related to attachment 1?
Would you like me to read our recommended motion?
Yes.
Okay. Staff recommends that the CBA reaffirm the action taken by the CBA in May 2022 to include increased access to peer review information as a new issue in the 2024 Sunset Review Report, along with draft legislative language to require all California licensed firms, including sole proprietors, to opt into the sharing of all available objective information with the CBA via FASBA, and require the CBA-approved peer review program provider to produce all peer review related information upon request of the CBA, even in instances where permission from the firm is not granted.
Thank you for repeating that, Ms. Benedict. Do our board members have any questions or comments related to attachment 1?
So I have a question on the definition of what specifically, what documentation are we talking about? So when you say peer review related documentation, what is that? Is it administrative? Is it work papers? What is it?
I'm actually going to ask Dominic if he could pitch in on that one, because a lot of the documents are enforcement related documents. Okay. That we may want.
I wouldn't characterize what we're asking for necessarily as enforcement related in nature. I think the issue is access to any and all the peer review related documents and data, because I think there needs to be that kind of distinction between what are actually produced documents or uploaded into a system and the like, as well as data that's in the system that is valuable in our oversight is important. As to what some of that is, honestly, I don't know, because there's been instances we might be requesting certain documents and not know whether or not they're available in the system or whether or not they're available to peer review. But I think what we're trying to get at is what is, if it's related to peer review and it's part of the peer review process, and documents that are submitted by the firm or that would assist in how that's administered and what is used, then those are documents that the board should be looking at and be made available to us.
So, Chair Lotta, do you mind if I expand upon what?
Yes, Ms. Center, please offer any clarification you think is necessary.
I do want to just clarify that if you look at the 2 bullets within option 1, which are on the bottom of page 2 of 3, you will see there is a distinction between what we ask all firms to automatically opt into in FASBA to be defined as what is, quote, objective information. Objective is defined by AICPA and is used as part of their documentation. That is different than the second bullet, which is when we actually request information. So we may request information, for example, as part of an enforcement investigation that may be going on. And in that particular bullet, we are not limiting that to objective information. So I just wanted to point out that distinction between those 2 things.
Mr. Savoy, did you have a comment?
I want to try to cut to the chase so we don't go in circles here. I see 2 issues. the PRIMA issue, which AICPA has been reluctant to provide us access with the way we want it. And then this expanded access, which I think will get to what it is we need to get to by requiring firms to allow us the expanded access, then it really doesn't matter what AICPA will allow us or not allow us under PRIMA. So I think, yes.
So I do want to clarify one thing in response to that. The expanded access, that is also a term used by AICPA when they talk about the two different tiers that we could get information for as part of FASBA. There are two tiers. Both of those tiers only include objective information. So they are not going to include, for example, let's say we wanted to review, for example, working papers because of an investigation that we had going on. So this would not be a normal part of anything that licensing would be doing as part of our peer review oversight. I believe that for our licensing function, you are correct. We can receive everything that we need via that expanded access. The distinction is if we want to request other information for an investigation, that information may not be in that expanded access.
But we're quite a bit ahead of where we were through this expanded access than we were by denying us the PRIMA access is what you originally had asked for. So we're kind of moving it down to a level that I'd hope you could accept, you know, under what it is that you do to enable us to move forward, you know, with this process and not get bogged down. So I wanted to clarify that aspect of what we're dealing with here.
Ms. Corrigan?
And so adding on to what Mr. Savoy just said, that leads to staff recommending option 1. Is that correct? No.
I believe that that would be option 2.
Okay.
And option 2, from a licensing perspective, does provide us with what we need. You will see that our language is a little different than using the term expanded access. What we would suggest is using our language, which refers to objective information, so that if the term expanded or what is included in expanded access does change, what we actually want is the objective information. In case there ends up being more than 2 tiers in the future, we know that we do have support from this board for that objective information, not working papers.
Thank you. It's just that the staff's recommendation is written up as option 1. So I wanted to clarify what we're talking about as we go forward.
You are correct. The recommendation was option 1. There were 2 options available. I don't think that we necessarily have any concern with that other option, but it would potentially require us to take other actions in order to get access to certain information if the firm denied us access. That being said, Member Savoy is absolutely correct. It does provide us quite a bit more access than we currently have, and it moves us in the right direction.
Thank you.
And is this, what we're looking at right now, only related to California CPAs, or does this go beyond that, which I believe was one of our issues with out-of-state CPAs performing work here?
So they are intertwined, but I would just look at it more as a California licensed firm, not worrying about where they're located at present. We're obviously having to, in that next kind of attachment, deals with some of the access to the out-of-state firm issue, or the out-of-state California licensed firms. But so this would, from our perspective, mean if you are a California licensed firm, regardless of where you're headquartered, the access would be granted to the board, or would be required to be granted to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Do I have a motion related to attachment 1? Ms. Owens?
I move to make a motion to adopt option 2.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
Okay, any further discussion for the board members? Okay, public comment on the motion in Sacramento? All right, looks like Mr. Fox from Cal CPA has a comment or question.
Jason Fox with California Society of CPAs. Just briefly, we're supportive of the motion on the table with option number 2. I think that, focuses on kind of a practical solution that really advances it. You're going to get, expanded data, more information. I think that can be helpful to kind of further conversations. And I do want to recognize the staff having ongoing dialogue on this peer review stuff. I think going a step back, the 5 issues have knocked out 2. I think we're making progress on some of this stuff. So I think the expanded FSBA and the mandatory participation in that, and we'd be supportive of kind of an evergreen concept and help with the language to develop that so that as that changes, make sure that objective information that is available is flowing back to the board. So we would be supportive of option 2 in the motion on the table. And we're here to answer any further questions, but we'll get to issue 2 when we get to that one.
Good morning, Rich Smithian with the Cal CPA peer review program. I just want to reiterate what Jason said and just 2 other points. Supportive of the mandatory FSBA expanded access, providing, it was a list of additional items that is described as the objective information that would put California as the only, and this isn't a negative thing, this was California a situation where they were really ahead of the curve in terms of access to information that other jurisdictions, other administrating entities does not share. So I think from that standpoint, it would be forward. But in terms of other situations with other information that would be requested, we certainly would be open to working with staff if there's anything we can do to strongly encourage members in situations where there is additional information to grant their permission. Whether that's through a memorandum of understanding or other things to address some of those other issues. So in those other situations where it's beyond the objective information within FSBA, we have done that in the past. I know that, I don't want to speak for the AICPA, but I know that they have done that in the past. So if that's separate and apart from this action, something that we can continue to support when there are situations where there's additional information, we would encourage our members to provide that type of additional provide us grant us the access to grant us the authority to give us that access to that information. So just as an additional point there.
Thank you. Any additional public comment in Sacramento? Okay. Any public comments on WebEx?
We are now accepting public comment on the motion via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take just a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Ms. Reed, call for the vote.
Michael Savoy?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Christian Latta?
No.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Yes. Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. I'll turn it back over to Ms. Benedict to continue her presentation.
Thank you. I will now begin my presentation on the second issue, ensuring all substandard or failed peer review reports are filed with the California Board of Accountancy, which is included in Attachment 2. Pursuant to Business and Professions Code Section 5076, a CBA-approved peer review provider shall file an electronic copy of all substandard peer review issued to California licensed firms within 60 days of the report being accepted. The CBA believed that the FASBA system was programmed to ensure CBA received access to all substandard peer review reports for California licensed firms firms, but the CBA discovered that the California licensed firms who are headquartered outside of California and do not use Cal CPA as their administering entity may not be reported to the CBA. In its March 10, 2023 letter to the CBA, the AICPA stated that its technology provided firms the ability to expand access of the peer review reports to other state boards of accountancy. The letter further stated that some states recognized the AICPA's confidentiality requirements, and without receiving permission from each firm headquartered in such a state, the AICPA would be in violation of that state's laws and regulations. The AICPA offered two possible solutions, which are listed at the bottom of page 1. The issue was discussed at the March 2023 CBA meeting, and several additional possible solutions were identified as listed on page 2 of attachment 2. Turning to the analysis section on page 2, the CBA can produce a list of California licensed firms, including sole proprietors, that do not have a California address. However, the CBA cannot establish which firms are required to undergo a peer review. Without knowing which firms are subject to peer review, the CBA is unable to identify which out-of-state firms may fall into the reporting gap. Moving on to the required firms to grant access. Firms undergoing peer review must register using the AICPA's PRIMA system. When a firm registers, they have the option to identify other states that should receive information on their peer review. Currently, CBA does not require California licensed firms headquartered outside of California to give the AICPA permission to share peer review information with the CBA. The CBA could seek a legislative change to clarify that all California licensed firms that are headquartered outside of California must give the AICPA permission to share their peer review information with the CBA. Requiring firms to provide expanded access may resolve a portion of the gap, but there is no backstop to ensure that firms required to provide access are properly doing so when registered for a peer review. And finally, requesting states to provide access. In their March 10, 2023 letter, the AICPA stated that some states recognize the AICPA's peer review program and their laws and regulations, which includes the confidentiality requirement of the program and thus prohibits the sharing of peer review information with the CBA. Staff performed a preliminary search but was unable to locate such a state. Locating and interpreting individual state rules and regulations would be a significant workload. Additionally, interpreting other state rules and regulations would likely require involvement of legal counsel. Staff have identified two possible solutions the CBA may wish to consider. Staff recommends option 1, which is on page 3 of attachment 2, that directs staff to work with President Salazar to draft a letter to the AICPA directing them to report all substandard peer review reports of California licensed firms, regardless of where they are headquartered. Nope, that's not what I want. There is a second option, okay. If the CBA adopts the staff recommendation in attachment 1, which we didn't do, yes, please.
So there are two options for this, and we're going to speak off the cuff a little bit than what's in there because you took a different option than what we recommended on option 1. So the first option is basically for you to direct President Salazar to send a letter to the AICPA directing them to fix the gap, however they deem they need to do, but put the onus on them to get us all the failed peer reviews. The second option is really to include as part of that sunset legislative language that we have in terms of what you approved for the first analysis would be to also address these California licensed firms that are not headquartered in here, headquartered in California, not here, headquartered in California, to provide us with that expanded access. That, of course, would provide us with that failed peer review information. What is somewhat of a concern would be that time period between now and when that potential law, if passed, goes into effect. We would have no guarantee that we are getting those failed peer reviews. So if the board is or the committee is considering option 2, which would put that language in there. I think there is another option on the table, which would be send a letter to AICPA asking them if they can identify kind of a stopgap for the time period of gap that we have to get us that information as possible, while we would also seek a legislative change similar to what you did in option 1, but just to make sure that we include firms that are not headquartered here in California.
Mr. Savoy.
I'd like Mr. Simidian to give us a little insight regarding if we go back to the AICPA and say bridge the gap. I mean, I don't want to be spitting in the wind, so to speak. I want to hear a realistic opinion of where he thinks we'll go with either one of these options to get to where we also need to get on this.
Mr. Simidian.
Thank you. The challenge here isn't willingness to share the information. It is the access to the data and the ability to capture that information. It's not captured by either CalCPA or AICPA at the point of enrollment. So a firm in Ohio that is licensed in California may not include that information, and therefore I'm using that as an example, the administrating entity there may not have that information, or would AICPA have that information. So there's a programming element of this. It needs to reach out to all 20 plus administrating entities. So to Ms. Sanders' point, the timing associated with the solution around that may even go beyond that. So that, and not to say it couldn't be done, but just the timing associated with that, the cost associated with that, all of that, I think would create some challenges to implementing that. I do want to just go back to the original discussion at the board, which talked about looking at this population of potential out-of-state firms that are licensed in the state and whether that's an option. And I know that the data in the report indicated there were 6,000 firms with out-of-state licenses within that. Although that is not a quick task, I still think addressing that population, which we, CalCPA, would be willing to go through the data mining to say, okay, this is the population, the potential population where there could be a gap. You start with that and you say, well, of those 6,000 firms, how many of those firms are performing the types of services, the test services that would require a peer review? We can reduce that list, and that's information that we believe we can work through. And then from there, identifying which of those firms, those out-of-state firms, have a substandard report. And to the extent that some of those, if the ratio is similar to California, that would be, I would suspect, less than half of those firms, most of the firms that we have in our membership, for example, are tax practitioners, so they aren't subject to peer review. But whatever that number would be, whether it be 1 or 6,000, we can look at that population first. And determine which of those firms have a substandard report. To the extent they're Arizona firms, that's something we administer the program for Arizona. We'd have that more readily available. For those that are not in Arizona or Alaska, for that matter, we would work with the AICPA to identify the rest of the population. So what we're doing is whittling down what is the population of potential of this gap. And if it's hundreds of firms, I think that puts more of a onus to accelerate the programming solution that I think would need to be in place to make this more readily available. I think if it was a smaller number than that, it doesn't mean we wouldn't go forward, but I think it just changes some of the emphasis and the priority around that. I don't know what that number is, but I just go back to the fact that if we had that total population, we could at least identify what that gap would be. I don't know if that addressed your question. I think to put it very simply, it's not an easy fix, and I'm not a programmer, so I don't know exactly what would be involved. What's been described to me is an extensive effort and not necessarily on their agenda right now. I'm just concerned about what time period that would be needed to kind of address that issue, if that's the only action that we take. I think if there was an action that was looking at that and kind of an intervening step of looking at that population, that's something that we control a little bit more. We can capture that information, identify what that gap is.
No, I think that's very helpful in that the Cal CPA Society is willing to do the data mining. And so not going back to AICPA and say, bridge the gap, when we already potentially have some type of solution to bridging that gap within our own state and our, access.
Just to be clear, we would have the ability to cover some of that. We would still need to work with the AICB, and they've shown a willingness around that if we had the potential population of firms and kind of working backwards. It doesn't address this on a go-forward basis. I still think there needs to be, but at least in that intervening position, to be able to kind of take that as a first step to identify just how significant of a gap we're dealing with here. I mean, if there are hundreds of firms out there that have received substandard peer review reports that haven't opted in, and therefore that information is not making it. I mean, it is being reported, just as a point, it is being reported to their local board of accountancy. So, if a firm in Texas received a substandard report, they would have received it, whether or not that firm that has a perform services in California and therefore licensed in California, that's where there could be a gap. So it is being reported to their local board of accountancy. It's just not being reported here. So I think that's where we would try to close that gap.
That may involve, as part of an application, us insisting that they share that information with us.
Mr. Franzella has an answer for that.
Just to clarify, the firm already has to report it to us anyways. These are stopgap measures or backstop measures that are in place. So the firm should be reporting the failed peer review reports, but obviously the back end is what we're trying to make sure that we're not missing that, because we do have instances where an individual doesn't report the failed peer review to us. The one point I want to make on this is I appreciate CalCPA's willingness to do it. We're happy to run the report and provide it to them, but just bear in mind it's every 60 days. So a firm has a 60-day requirement, or sorry, AICPA has a 60-day requirement from the time of fail peer review report to report it to us. So this is kind of, this stopgap fill is one that I think the AICPA does need to take a better look at. I get that it might not be high on their list of priorities, but I do think the board's emphasis on, as long as we're getting it, we don't care how we get it or what steps you're taking. We believe you should make some adjustments potentially so that you're capturing enrollment and during your enrollment process where firms are properly licensed, so that this doesn't have to be done this way. But if this is the manner in which AICPA wants to kind of go forward, as long as we're getting the information, that's all that we care about. But it's a 60-day kind of rolling clock on a failed peer review.
Thank you, Mr. Franzella. Ms. Center, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to clarify one thing. So when a firm goes into PREMA, they put in there where they're headquartered, whatever state that may be. But there is already an existing field where they can identify other states that they want to share their information in. So I do want to clarify that that does exist. It just currently is not a required field. So they may not put California even though they're licensed here.
Ms. Owens?
This one confuses me because you would assume most state boards would be having the same conversation. Are we the only one asking for this? How are other state board of accountancies dealing with this same issue?
Mr. Franzella?
Just in general, peer review is a topic of discussion nationally on all aspects. So other states are talking about it. Other states have different rules. For example, some states don't even have an oversight committee, so it's done just by staff. There's some states don't require failed peer review reports until it's their second consecutive. There's just varying degrees. I think if I have to take a step back, the AICPA looks at a big chunk, like 90%, 95% of the firms that are headquartered are likely going through CalCPA, so they don't see this as a big void of firms that are getting through. And other states don't have a requirement that the AICPA has to report those failed peer reviews to the state board. It's solely based on self-reporting by the entity. California is unique in that we said, okay, well, we want it from the firm, but we also want to make sure that we're getting it from the AICPA. So other states may not even have this requirement.
The largest amount of CPAs in 55 jurisdictions, we generally are cutting edge and we set the rules that work within our legislative framework. So I believe people will be looking at what happens here and whether they want to jump on or just give AICPA their carte blanche to give what they want or don't want to give. So I think we're trend setting here, as Mr. Simitian had said. Maybe Illinois is close, but we're right there, and we are taking the lead, and it is what we believe we need to do.
No, that's, I mean, this directly relates to our mission, so I'm happy to make a motion whenever we're ready.
Mr. Simitian, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just on that point, there is differences in practice among different states, as mentioned earlier. But there is one thing that is consistently done, and I think I'd just share this as additional background information. When a firm has received, when there have been situations that have been consecutive non-pass reports, the firm, regardless of the jurisdiction, is required to go through an evaluation process of the factors contributing to that, and not to go through the entire process, but if there is not a demonstrated effort to make corrective action and improvement, that could ultimately result in the firm being dropped or terminated from the program. When that happens, regardless of where their home state is, that information of dropped firms is shared with all of the boards of accountancy. So I know that's further on in the time horizon than the single failed report, but to the extent there's, so it's just a further backstop, I make that comment, is that to the extent there's this continuous poor behavior on the behalf of a firm where there's not improvement, that information is shared, I believe, quarterly from the AICPA to the boards of accountancy from those situations. But yeah, in the other situations, there is some difference in practice in terms of how different states and boards of accountancy request and interact with that information.
Thank you, Mr. Simitian. Before we get a motion on the table, Ms. Center, can you please restate what our options are?
Right there.
Your options would be, 1, to direct staff to work with President Salazar to draft a letter to the AICPA directing them to report all substandard peer review reports of California licensed firms, regardless of where they are headquartered. That's currently option 1. Option 2 would be that we draft proposed legislative language specifying that all California licensed firms that are not headquartered in California must allow the AICPA to share their peer review information with the CBA as part of our sunset review package. Option 3 that we discussed earlier would basically be doing both of those things. And so it would include a draft letter from President Salazar so that we would work with the AICPA to get all of our failed peer reviews, and also include draft proposed legislative language to ensure that all California licensed firms that are not headquartered in California allow the AICPA to share their peer review information with the CBA.
Thank you. Mr. Savoy?
I therefore make a motion to adopt option 3, which is a little bit of 1 and 2, and hopefully will get us closer to the finish line. Thank you.
Do I have a second? Ms. Owens?
A second.
Thank you. Do I have any comments here in Sacramento? Public comments? Mr. Simitian?
We wouldn't object to the recommendation, but if we can, and I don't know if it's within the body of this language, but also incorporate the process as the stopgap measure to address, because of the time I anticipated to address option 1 in particular, if we can incorporate a stopgap measure to address, so having the list of out-of-state members, out-of-state licensees shared with us so we can initiate that process. That would also, I think, be helpful.
So I wish to amend my motion to include the language that Mr. Simitian just suggested that we include.
Do I have a second to the amended motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Owens. Any additional public comment following the new motion? Okay, seeing none, moderator, please open WebEx for public comment.
We are now accepting public comment on the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take about 15 seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue with the motion?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Ms. Reed, call for the vote.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. We will now move on to agenda item number 4, information on the proposal of amnesty by the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy, which will be presented by Suzanne Gracia.
Thank you, Chair Lotta. I'm Suzanne Gracia, Project Specialist in the Licensing Division. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the California Board of Accountancy with information on the proposal of the amnesty program by NASBA. Amnesty would invite CPA exam candidates who lost CPA exam test credit due to the disruption of COVID-19 to return to the CPA exam testing process by reinstating their reinstating earned test credits. During COVID-19, CPA exam candidates were granted a number of automatic extensions for CPA exam credits and notice to schedule expiration dates in 2020 and 2021. And the CBA continues to grant extensions on a case-by-case basis related to COVID-19. Amnesty would instead provide targeted relief to those candidates who may have left the pipeline due to COVID-19. Should amnesty be implemented, the number of California candidates eligible for amnesty would depend on the criteria. NASBA's CBT Administration Committee has formed a task force to review and discuss this initiative. Staff will continue to monitor the developments and report additional information as it is made available. If members have specific concerns or questions they would like the NASBA task force to consider, staff will gather and share with NASBA. This concludes my presentation, and although there is no action required on this item, we welcome any feedback any of the members may have. I will turn the discussion back over to Chair Lotta, and will do my best to answer any member questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gracia. I just wanted to share some things that Ms. Center shared regarding other state boards and what they're talking about regarding this item. Some other state boards are concerned about their ability to take on this project. Some are wanting to do whatever it takes to address any pipeline issues, which would include this initiative. That's it. And this is just more of an informational item, but staff would like to know if the board has any questions or comments that they would like them, that we would like them to research. Okay, seeing no board member comments, any public comments? Mr. Fox.
Jason Fox for the California Society of CPAs. I know there's not a specific item on the agenda, or the action item, I should say, but we would be supportive of, if there is a conversation at the national level that develops around an amnesty program to work that in California. I do think there's, the number of licensees or candidates noted in the materials is significant, and so if we could provide some, relief to those that were impacted during COVID, I think there's a lot of value in that. So we would be supportive of the board exploring should this option open up.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Any additional public comments in Sacramento? Seeing none, moderator, please open WebEx for public comment.
We are once again open for public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to wait a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. Moving on to agenda item number 5, agenda items for the next meeting. Do I have any board member comments or questions? Any public comment in Sacramento on this item? Seeing none, moderator, is there public comment on WebEx?
We are once again open for public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. We're going to take a few seconds now to see if we have a request for public comment. Seeing no request for public comment, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you, moderator. That concludes our Committee on Professional Conduct meeting today, May 18th. Meeting is now adjourned.
All right. Good morning. My name is Katrina Salazar, and I would like to welcome everyone here in the room in Sacramento, as well as participating online via WebEx. Welcome everyone to the May 18th California Board of Accountancy meeting. With that, I will go ahead and call this to order. I do have some housekeeping items, so I appreciate your participating in this, even if you've heard it before. The board has provided an opportunity for the public to participate via our WebEx platform. So when we do take public comments, we will begin by taking public comment from those individuals attending the meeting in the physical Sacramento location, and I will then ask the moderator to open up the WebEx lines for public comment. Any public person that wishes to participate will be allotted up to 5 minutes for comment. And I also do want to highlight that we do have a Board of Accountancy member, Mr. Jacobson, that will be participating via WebEx today, and there are no members of the public at his particular location. So with that, I would like to move forward and turn the meeting over to Ms. Reed for the establishment of our quorum.
Katrina Salazar.
Present.
Yin Tu.
Present.
Joe Rosenbaum.
Present.
Nancy Corrigan.
Nancy Corrigan, present.
Dan Jacobson.
Here.
Christian Lotta.
Present.
Tony Lynn.
Present.
Dee Dee Owens.
Here.
Michael Savoy.
Present.
And Evangeline Ward.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reed, for that. Now that we've established our quorum, I do need to remind all of our participants that the Board of Accountancy's mission is to protect consumers by ensuring that only qualified licensees practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. You may already know this, but that mission is derived from the statutory requirement that the public shall be the highest priority for the California Board of Accountancy in exercising its licensing, regulatory, and disciplinary functions. Whenever the protection of the public is inconsistent with other interests that are sought to be promoted, the protection of the public shall be paramount. So thank you for listening to our mission statement reminder. And as we proceed, I want to remind everyone, members and presenters, to be sure to turn their microphones on only when they are speaking, and then be sure to pull them close and speak loudly so that we can hear you online as well as in the room. Thank you. So the very first item on our agenda today are public comments for items that are not on the agenda. So I'd like to ask if we have any public comment here in Sacramento. Okay. Seeing none, I would like to ask our moderator to open WebEx for any public comments.
We are open for public comment via WebEx, and we are going to keep the Q&A box open for the entirety of the meeting in order to allow people the opportunity to make their request when they need. This may help shorten future public request comment periods when we do not have an actual request for comment. Speakers will be given 5 minutes as mentioned previously. There will be a 30-second warning. With that, there are currently no requests for public comment at the moment.
Thank you, moderator. Please close public comment. All right.
We're going to keep it open.
Okay.
And people,
all right.
people will be granted the opportunity
we will move
to
on.
speak.
Thank you, moderator.
Yep.
We will conclude our portion of listening for public comment and move along our agenda. With that, the second item is the report of the president. And so item A is our update regarding the recruitment for the California Board of Accountancy's executive officer. So I would like to start by acknowledging and thanking DCA, our Department of Consumer Affairs, specifically Ms. Lauren Halim and Hivo. They have been guiding our subcommittee through the executive officer recruitment and hiring process and helping ensure that we're following the rules and processes that are attendant to such a large decision. I would also like to thank my fellow subcommittee member, Nancy Corrigan, for her work on this committee. It's been invaluable. So at this point, it is still relatively early in the process. And so what I can share with you is that our subcommittee is on track for the timeline that was presented by DCA initially. And I think what our board members probably want to know is when do they get much more information. And so that timeline does anticipate a closed session item related to the executive officer search on our July agenda. So that is what we are anticipating. And so at that point, there will be much more information. And so that concludes the report on the executive officer search. The next item is the AICPA committee interest form. So that is for the 24-25 volunteer year. And this agenda item 2B does provide our members with information regarding various opportunities to participate with the American Institute of CPAs, or AICPA. And so this is an annual process. Recently, AICPA has announced that they will begin accepting applications, and they are looking for their 24-25 year. So there is information in the packet on the various ways to volunteer and the capacities. If you are interested in serving, you would wish to complete the online committee interest application, and that final deadline is October 1st of 2023. So to ensure that our staff are able to track our board members' interests in volunteering, we are asking that you please email Rebecca Reed, our board relations analyst, when you submit an application to volunteer, and advise of the committees that you have requested to participate in. If you have any questions about those AICPA committees, please contact Ms. Reed, and I will now open for public comment on this item, as well as the prior one. Are there any members of the public at the Sacramento location would like to comment, or our board members? Okay. Seeing none, moderator, can you please advise if anyone has indicated an interest in public comment on items 2A or 2B?
We are now accepting public comment on items 2A and 2B. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And at the moment, we have no requests for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. I appreciate that. So we are going to close our discussion
portion for public comments and move along to our next item, which is 2C, and that is the discussion and review of the Board of Accountancy 2024 Sunset Review report. And so I would like to invite Deanne Pierce, our Assistant Executive Officer, to present.
Thank you, President Salazar. To ensure the CBA has sufficient time to review and provide feedback on the Sunset Review Report, staff have developed a schedule for presentation at CBA meetings. For this meeting, we are going to be discussing sections 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, and 9. And I want to take a moment to mention a couple things first. The work on these sections is being undertaken by multiple staff and from different program areas. And so it's made it a little bit challenging to ensure consistency in terminology throughout the different attachments, but we will be able to focus on that more when we have one cohesive report that will be submitted at the July board meeting. I'd also like to thank Ms. Corrigan, who provided more corrections than she probably should have had to, and identified some consistency issues that we missed. This feedback will be very helpful as we work to finalize the document and prepare a quality report to the legislature. And if there are any other members who have identified anything, I welcome you to call me or send me an email with your edits. You can also send me a scan of the pages, and we will work to incorporate all of those edits in the July version of the report. Also, the design portion will likely not be ready until the September meeting, so any formatting issues such as margins or shapes and sizes of the tables, chart colors, those will all be fixed once we have the professionals work on the layout. So I'd like to do a brief overview of each section, which is included as an attachment to the agenda item. And with the President's agreement, I'd like to just welcome any feedback after the presentation of each section. So Section 1 is Attachment 1, and it covers a wide variety of information from an overview of the board and CBA member attendance at meetings to information regarding the Uniform CPA examination. This information will be updated to include year-end attendance, not only for the board meetings, but also at the national meetings, and we will include updates to legislation and regulations and any other items that need to be updated. Before I move on to Section 2, I just welcome any comments or feedbacks from members as it relates to Attachment 1. Okay, thank you. Section 2, which is Attachment 2, provides information regarding the CBA and DCA satisfaction surveys. The CBA Stakeholder Satisfaction Survey requests feedback on a variety of areas specific to the CBA, whereas the DCA survey is specific to enforcement and is only provided to those who have filed a complaint with the CBA, and the DCA survey is sent at the conclusion of the complaint. So that's why you may see a difference in the volume of responses that has been received. So before I move to Section 3, are there any comments, questions, or feedback from any of the members? Okay. Section 3, which is Attachment 3, provides an overview of the CBA's fiscal status, including our budget authority, budget augmentations, fee change history, amongst other topics. With the exception of one table, none of the current fiscal year information is included, but we will provide that for the July board meeting. So before I move to Section 6, are there any comments or feedback from any of the members regarding Section 3? Okay. So I will move on. Section 6, which is actually Attachment 4, describes the tools the CBA uses to keep the public informed and gives an overview of the information provided regarding its meetings. One critical part of this section discusses what information is provided about CBA licensees and the CBA's consumer outreach efforts. So I welcome any comments or feedback from the members on Section 6. Okay. Section 8, which is Attachment 5, provides information on workforce development, outreach to schools, and workforce data gathered from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and also the California Employment Development Department. I welcome any comments or questions from members on Section 8. Okay. Section 9, which is Attachment 6, is titled Current Issues and discusses a variety of topics, including a dynamic overview of the CBA's current business modernization project. As with the other sections, this will be updated as the CBA continues its progress to automate and enhance online functionality. And then I have a couple of just closing comments, but before I get to those, is there any feedback or questions, comments on Section 9? No? Okay. So just to conclude my presentation, I have a couple of comments. First, we still have not received the final questions from the legislature for the Sunset Review Report. So we're using the report format that was actually used in 2022 to gather our information. So it's possible there may be some change in questions as we move forward, so we'll just kind of adjust accordingly and bring those to a future meeting. And there are also some topics that will be incorporated into the report. However, we're still trying to figure out where the best placement is. Those topics include the Department of Consumer Affairs Occupational Analysis, CPA evolution, the changes to the Uniform CPA exam, and our current project, the Sure CPA, students understanding the requirements for a CPA. So with that, I will turn it back to President Salazar, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the members may have.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. And I'd also like to say thank you and your team for the work. I appreciate that you anticipate and prepare for Sunset Review so diligently over so much time. And so this process is lengthy, but very valuable. So do we have any member comments, Ms. Corrigan?
Just a comment that staff do a fantastic job in putting together what is a very detailed, very comprehensive report. And a reminder that it's always easy for somebody like me to come in afterwards and poke holes and find things because you all have looked at it like a million times and it gets to where you're blinded, you can't see things. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing any additional member comment. Do we have any public comment from Sacramento? Seeing no public comment in Sacramento, I would like to invite our moderator to share whether or not there is any public comment on WebEx.
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on participants in the order we receive. And at the moment, we don't have any requests for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. That is much appreciated. And with that, that concludes our discussion on item 2C, and we will move along with item 2D. That is the discussion and possible action regarding the students understanding the requirements for a certified public accountant project. I would like to welcome our chief of the licensing division, Ms. Michelle Center, to present. Thank you.
Thank you, President Salazar. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the board with an update as well as an opportunity to discuss the students understanding the requirements for a CPA project, or Sure CPA, because that is way too much of a mouthful. So Sure CPA. The goal of the Sure CPA is to clarify the educational requirements by implementing solutions that will provide future CPA applicants, educational institutions, professional associations, and other stakeholders with straightforward educational requirements for CPA licensure. The 4 phases of the projects are listed on pages 1 and 2 of the item. This agenda item is focused on phase 1, information gathering. This phase includes outreach to stakeholders, review of educational requirements in other states, and research into how other boards review educational requirements. Specifically, this item provides a review of the Uniform Accountancy Act model rules and how states compare to those rules, and a draft survey to gather input from stakeholders. We'll start by providing an overview of California's educational requirements, which specify a baccalaureate degree or higher from an accredited institution with a minimum of 150 units. Additional requirements include the completion of 24 units in accounting subjects, 24 units in business-related subjects, 20 units in accounting study, and 10 units in ethics study. California allows for 4 units of internship or independent study towards the accounting study requirements. However, there is no limit for the application of internship or independent study units towards the accounting or business-related subject requirements. Attachment 3 includes further detail on acceptable courses with minimum and maximum unit requirements. Now let's move on to the Uniform Accountancy Act model rules. NASBA developed the model rules to promote uniformity in the regulatory scheme governing the practice of public accountancy in the various jurisdictions. The educational requirements within the model rules can be found on page 3 of your board item. They include a baccalaureate degree or higher from an accredited institution with a minimum of 150 units. Additional requirements include the completion of 6 undergraduate units or 3 graduate units in principles or introductory accounting, 24 units in accounting subject matter, 24 units in business courses, 2 units in communication, 3 units in ethics, with a maximum of 6 units earned for the internship or independent study. A comparison of California versus the model rules illustrates California allows for greater flexibility and has a greater emphasis on ethics. Staff also compared educational requirements of the 55 jurisdictions within the model rules. This comparison begins on page 2 of the board item. Overall, the comparison indicates that jurisdictions do vary somewhat when compared to the model rules. At this point in time, staff do not believe it's necessary to dive into the specific requirements of the individual states, but instead plans to use this information as a backdrop when it's time to discuss potential SURE CPA initiatives. The next item for discussion is the draft stakeholder outreach survey. That seeks feedback from stakeholders on California educational requirements. The survey is found in attachment 4. The survey has 1 line of questions tailored to respondents with 1 year or less of experience, including college students, recent graduates, and newly licensed CPAs. The questions ask about what sources they might use to get information, the format that they prefer to get that information in, and also their thoughts on different educational requirements for licensure. The survey has another line of questions tailored to licensees with more experience, including those making hiring decisions. These questions ask how the current educational requirements prepare new CPAs for their career. The results will provide a foundation for conversations and focused discussions to identify potential areas for improvement. The activities highlighted in this item are not the only ones that the board intends to conduct as part of its Phase 1 activities. Staff will continue to update the board as additional Phase 1 activities are planned and completed. At this time, I'll turn discussion back over to President Salazar, and I'll do my best to answer questions. There is no action necessary on this item.
Thank you for that presentation. I'd like to inquire if any of our board members have comments or questions. And I believe Mr. Jacobson has his hand raised.
I did. Thank you. I'd like to go back to attachment 2 and specifically to A1, A2, and A3 of attachment 2, which is Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations, Section 11. I believe that there's the wording in those 3 clauses is very difficult to follow, in that all of them refer to subsections of Title 16. Number 1 refers to Section 9.2B, number 2, 9.2C, number 3, 11.1. And I was just trying to follow where this where this went. When a document, whether it be a statute or a regulation, refers simply to the bare number and the bare letter, then that bare number and that bare letter is supposed to be in the document. This isn't. 9.2, 9. B and C and 11.1 are not. So you have to do some digging, and it's hard for a lawyer to find this, let alone someone who's not a lawyer. I would suggest that those three things simply be changed to the way that other statutes and other regulations are composed, and which is just by saying, for instance, in number 1, accounting subjects as described in section 9.2b of make sure I've got this right. This article. And I say that because then it refers to the article that all this stuff is in, which happens to be Article 2. And if you want to say the whole thing, 9.2b and c are of Article 2 of Division 1 of Title 16 of the California Code of Regulations. That's not necessary. That's long, and it's silly, and it's not necessary. But to just put down a 9.2, and then you look at the rest of the page, and there is no 9.2, then that doesn't make any sense. 9.2 of this article. So my suggestion, my request, is that staff work with Helen, with legal, and on my suggestion, and report back.
All right, thank you for that comment, Dan. It does highlight how it can be challenging to read regulations, and hopefully the outcome of this will be much more clarity for those that have to utilize our documents. Ms. Corrigan.
Yes, and I would assume attachment 2 is kind of taken right out of like Title 16 and is sort of a legislative sort of document. But I note that attachment 3 goes on and is footnoted that it is, a summary of these regulations and sections 9.2 and 11, so that, the common person like me or a student trying to figure out what they're supposed to do can kind of follow this handy color-coded worksheet so they have a guide. Thank you.
Thank you. And so just processing this, what I would say, Dan, is I'm hearing the request. What I would suggest is that our staff goes through their process, and then we will continue this discussion. But clearly hearing that clarification will be incredibly valuable.
Thank you.
Attachment 4 is on the table for discussion, right? Okay, thank you. So I had a small comment, if I may. So my question was, as we ask in a couple areas, at the bottom of question 1, well, it's hard for me to track where it is. There are a couple places where we asked where a student or graduate might have looked for information regarding requirements. And the one thing I did not notice on there was professional test prep organizations, and I didn't know if staff had considered that or just felt that was sufficient. So that was maybe my only question was, is that a place candidates would go to look, and do we want that feedback?
We would be happy to add that
as an option.
I appreciate that. Whatever the appropriate wording is for those professional test prep organizations. I clearly wish to avoid any familiar names, and so thank you. Any other comments or questions from our members? All right, so Dan?
Thank you. Question on attachment 1, Business and Professions Code section 5094D 5. It says that these things should be reevaluated.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you orient us again to what section code you're on and maybe even a page number?
Page 4.
Thank you.
Attachment, I think it's attachment 1.
Right. We're in attachment 1 on page 4 under Business and Professions Code section 5094. And which
Correct.
section?
D.
Thank you.
And if you go down to 5, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down into D, it says that these things are to be reevaluated by the board every 5 years. Do we do that? I don't remember doing that.
I will address that, Dan. Yes, staff absolutely does do the required review every 5 years, and depending on that process may bring an agenda item to the board. We also do have the standing feature of inviting board members to place items on agendas at each meeting. So I believe we do cover that sufficiently.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no additional comments or questions from our board members, I would like to open up for public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing none, I would like to ask the moderator to please advise whether or not there is any existing public comment online.
We are once again looking for public comments online. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And at the moment, we have no requests for public comment.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, Ms. Michelle Center, for that presentation. That concludes our discussion on agenda item 2D, and we are now going to prepare to move along to our next agenda item, which is 2E, and that is the discussion and possible action regarding the National State Boards of Accountancy's changes to the Uniform Accountancy Act model rules. So I would like to welcome Eulalia Ortega, our Manager of Examination Unit, to our table and invite you, when you are ready, to please proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Salazar, and it's nice to be here with you all again. My name is Eulalia Ortega, Examination Manager with the Board of Accountancy. The purpose of this agenda item is to provide the board the opportunity to discuss the recently adopted amendments to the Uniform Accountancy Act model rules, which extends the recommended conditional credit period from 18 months to 30 months. On April 21st, 2023, the NASBA Board of Directors voted to adopt amendments to the UA Model Rule 5-7. The current iteration of the model rule increases the length of conditional credit from 18 months to 30 months. Bases the calculation of conditional credit for exam sections passed on the date that scores are then released. It adds descriptive language to provide greater clarity for when boards of accountancy may extend conditional credit. And please note, the item mailed to you included a typo that will be corrected on the posted version. Now, in April, the CBA requested information from NASBA regarding how the increased conditional credit period will impact reciprocity among jurisdictions, as well as how many states are anticipated to adopt the 30-month conditional credit period. NASBA has informed staff that they will reach out to states to determine their plans for implementation of extended conditional credit periods. Additionally, NASBA has indicated that the conditional credit period is not a criterion NASBA considers when making substantial equivalency determinations. NASBA has heard from state boards that they consider uniformity across jurisdictions important. But with the UAA model rule change being so recent, NASBA has indicated there continue to be questions regarding how jurisdictions may react to nonconformity if that happens. Further, NASBA Computer-Based Testing Administration Committee, or the CBT for short, is scheduled to meet today to develop recommendations on how jurisdictions may implement these changes. Since writing of the board items, staff were also informed that NASBA's UAA committee may also be asked to address aspects of the implementation of the extended conditional credit. NASBA indicated that one of the important implementation details that will be discussed is that when to recommend jurisdictions implement the extended conditional credit period, so when they're going to extend. Therefore, staff recommended the board not make a decision today regarding adopting a specific extended condition credit period. While the board item contemplated staff presenting an action item in July for the board to make that determination, recent conversations with NASBA suggest staff may need additional time to ensure the CBA is provided with a complete set of NASBA recommendations, including recommended implementation date. Staff will continue to monitor developments in this area and will apprise the CBA of developments when they occur. Staff does recommend the CBA delegate authority to CBA President Salazar to draft and issue a letter to NASBA in support of an extension to the conditional credit period without specifically agreeing to any specific conditional credit period. This concludes my presentation. This time, I would like to include Michelle Center to assist in answering any member questions. I will now return the discussion back to President Salazar, and thank you for the time to provide the discussion today.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite our committee members for questions or comments. Ms. Lata.
Thank you, President Salazar. I agree with staff's recommendation to wait to decide a specific period pending NASBA's recommendation since they are meeting today. So I will move to adopt staff's recommendation to delegate authority to President Salazar to issue that letter to NASBA in support of the extension to the conditional credit period.
Thank you for that, Ms. Lata. So we have a first and we now need a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a second now. And let's open it up for additional discussion or comments. We can still take questions. All right, Ms. Lata.
Have we received a response from NASBA from our letter we sent last meeting?
Not a written response. The only thing they provided was some clarification to Mr. Savoy's question on whether or not deviations to the conditional credit would affect mobility and substantial equivalency, and they responded it would not.
All right, any additional questions? All right, so we have a motion on the floor. I believe we need to open up for public comment. So is there any public comment here in Sacramento? And seeing no comment on this item, I would like to ask our WebEx moderator to please advise if there is any indication for public comment online.
We are once again open for public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And it does not appear that there are any requests for public comment at the moment.
Thank you very much for that, moderator. So I believe we are ready to move along and call for the vote. Ms. Reed?
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Yes. Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Michael Savoy?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. We appreciate the presentation. And I'd like to move along to item 2F, which is our Department of Consumer Affairs Director's Report on Departmental Activities. So I'd like to welcome our representative to the table and invite her to introduce herself since we don't always have representatives in person. So welcome.
Good morning. My name is Judy Bucciarelli, and I represent represent the Department of Consumer Affairs Board and Bureau Relations. Good morning, board members, and thank you for the opportunity to provide the Department of Consumer Affairs update today. Since 2017, the state of California has participated in Public Service Recognition Week to express appreciation for civil servants and the essential work they do. During the week of May 7th, DCA celebrated the week with a department-wide appreciation message to staff, social media highlighting staff testimonials, and ended the week with a video highlighting employee service. On behalf of DCA, I would like to express thanks to the board and board staff for your hard work. Next, I'd like to provide a diversity, equity, and inclusion update. Established last fall, the department's DEI steering committee is comprised of 12 executive leaders from the boards and bureaus and department, and has been working on many items, including updating the strategic planning process, training, and development of an informational DEI fact sheet, which was distributed to board leadership. The strategic planning process has been updated to embed DEI into the process, which includes a survey, DEI section in the environmental scan, video messages, and a brief training video. DCA's solid team will be reaching out to the acting executive officer before the end of June to discuss a plan to update the board's strategic plan. In addition, all solid trainers will be completing a 50-hour diversity, equity, and inclusion training certification program through the University of Massachusetts. On April 28, 2023, Director Kirchmeier issued a memorandum on DCA's commitment to employees to increase the availability of DEI courses through DCA's Solid Training Unit. A DEI section has been added to the homepage of the Learning Management System, where employees can access and register for 3 courses available in June of 2023. Over the coming months, additional courses and educational information will become available. DCA's first diversity, equity, and inclusion fact sheet has been released. It was developed as an informational tool and includes the department's 3 DEI initiatives, memorializes DCA services that support DEI efforts, and includes DEI terminology as it applies to DCA. On May 12th, the DEI Steering Committee held its quarterly meeting in person and elected a chairperson and vice chairperson. Yefana Lamar from CSLB will serve as the committee chair, and Paul Sanchez, executive officer of the Speech Language Pathology and Audiology and Hearing Aid Dispensers Board, will serve as the vice chair. The committee also discussed training, strategic planning, and DEI activities through the end of the calendar year, as well as membership composition and processes to expand membership. As the DEI Steering Committee's work continues, I look forward to updating you in the months ahead on their progress. Equally important, I'd like to make you aware that there are 2 DCA-wide mandatory trainings for 2023. This includes sexual harassment prevention training and information security awareness. All DCA employees and appointees, including board and advisory council members, will need to complete the sexual harassment prevention training this year. Board members must take the 2-hour supervisor training that is required every odd-numbered year. This training is online, self-paced, and takes approximately 2 hours. In addition, board members with an assigned DCA email are also required to complete the Information Security Awareness Fundamentals training. This training addresses everyone's role in protecting DCA data and information. Training is online and required every year. Both the sexual harassment prevention training and information security awareness trainings are available in the department's learning management system. For more information, a mandatory trainings page has been created to help members identify, access, and track specified trainings. The page includes direct links to mandatory trainings, as well as pertinent information and policies specific to these training courses. go to dca.ca.gov and click on the DCA Board Member Resource Center page under Require Board Member Training. You may also reach out directly to Board and Bureau Relations Chief Deputy Melissa Gear or Assistant Chief Deputy Yvonne Durantes for assistance. As a reminder, the next board member orientation training, also referred to as BMOT, will be held on June 20th, 2023. Board members must complete BMOT within 1 year of their appointment or reappointment. On June 20th, BMOT will be offered in person in Sacramento and again on October 10th at a location to be determined. Members can register for this training in the Learning Management System. Next, as the fiscal year comes to an end, I'd like to remind you to please submit your travel expense claims as soon as possible, but no later than 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June 8th. Claims submitted after this date will be processed. However, they will not be paid until July 2023. If you have any questions regarding travel claims, please contact Melissa Gear. Next, I'd like to share information about the federal portability law. On January 5th, 2023, a new federal law took effect that enables service members and their spouses who hold professional licenses in different states to practice in California within the same professional discipline at a similar scope of practice if they are required to relocate to California due to their military orders. Since becoming aware of the new law, DCA has been collaborating with agency on how to best implement the law. DCA will share information as it becomes available. In the meantime, should your board receive an inquiry from a service member or spouse regarding this new law, please contact DCA Legal Affairs. And finally, DCA submitted its 2021-22 annual report to the legislature, and the report is now available on the DCA website. This annual report includes a new design and additional reporting metrics, such as military licensing data now required for all DCA boards and bureaus. We hope you take the time to review this impressive compilation of the valuable work of the boards and bureaus. This concludes the DCA update. I'll turn it back to President Salazar, and I welcome any questions from the board.
Thank you. There was a lot in there. Do we have any board member questions on Ms. Bucarelli's report? And we do have a question from Mr. Jacobson, who is participating via WebEx. Okay. Dan?
Thank you. Excuse me, I don't know, I forgot what BMONT stands for, and I know we don't have to do it every year.
It's board member orientation training.
Okay, so that's for reappointment and appointment people.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Yes. You're welcome.
Great. We have additional question, Ms. Ward?
I'm sorry, I do have one question. I'm going to log on and check it, but does it, on the link or the website, is there a way to log in to see if I need to take something? Will it tell me that, or do I need to actually ask someone what is due for me?
So you're talking about training in general, right?
In general,
okay,
yes.
So the board member resource page, so you should, correct me if I'm wrong, Dominic, board members, when you go to BMOT training, you're shown how to access the learning management system. So what I'm going, so you can see your profile and what you've taken. So if you have questions about logging in, you can contact Melissa Gear by email, and she'll get back to you and be available to help you.
Thank you. And we also have some staff comments to add as well.
Okay.
Just in addition to that, Rebecca Reed monitors the training requirements for all of our board members, so she'll reach out to you and let you know what training is coming up, or if you have a training that's maybe outstanding, so that you can work on getting it scheduled. So if you ever have any question regarding something is coming up or something is due, please feel free to reach out to us and we can help guide you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. Any additional comments?
And seeing none, any public comment here in Sacramento regarding the DCA report? And seeing none, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to please share whether or not anyone has indicated interest in public comment on this agenda item.
We are now looking for comments on this agenda item. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And at the moment, we have no comments on this item.
All right,
Moderator, I do show a comment.
We have an administrative comment about where the recording will be.
Ms. Pierce, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, if they're referring to a recording of this board meeting is how I interpret that. They can go to our website, and then under the quick hits, there's a meeting calendar link, and then within that there's prior meetings, and we have the webcast of all of our prior meetings and all the prior agendas and meeting materials. And this WebEx should be posted up there probably within the next week to 10 days.
All right, thank you for assisting us in responding to that item. I believe at this point there are no additional public comments via WebEx, and so that closes agenda item 2F, and I would like to thank Ms. Bucarelli for coming to present. That was very informative. We're now ready to move along to item 3, which is the report of our Vice President, Ms. Yan Chu. So I'd like to invite you to present.
Thank you, President Salazar. Item 3A, this item is the reappointment of Alan Gettelson, CPA, to the Enforcement Advisory Committee. The Enforcement Advisory Committee assists the CBA in advisory capacity with enforcement activities. This includes reviewing closed investigation files, providing technical guidance on open investigations, and participate in investigative hearings. I have confer with the CBA acting executive officer to verify that the individuals have met the appropriate requirements for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to continue to serve as a member of the Enforcement Advisory Committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Alan Getterson, CPA, to the Enforcement Advisory Committee through May 31st, 2025. And now I would like to get back to President Salazar for a second.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
All right. Thank you very much. We do have a second. I'd like to open it up for member comment or discussion. Seeing none, I would like to invite public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing no public comment in Sacramento, I would like to ask our WebEx moderator if anyone has indicated a desire for public comment on WebEx.
We are checking once again for public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And at the moment, we have no request for public comment.
Thank you, moderator. That is much appreciated. So with that, there's no additional discussion. I would like to turn this over to Ms. Reed to call for a vote, please.
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Yan Tu?
Yes.
Michael Savoy?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
And Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that vote. And then Ms. Chu, please proceed.
Thank you again, President Salazar. The next item is to recommend the reappointment of Angel Ming, CPA, to the Qualifications Committee. The Qualification Committee assists the CPA in its licensure activities by reviewing the experience of applicants for licensure and is making recommendation to the CBA. This includes conducting work paper reviews and with the applicant or with the employer represented to verify that the responses provided are reflective of the required requisite experience for licensure. I have conferred with the CBA acting executive officer to verify that each individual have met the appropriate requirements for license renewal and have demonstrated the skills and knowledge to serve as a member of the qualification committee. I would like to make a motion to reappoint Angel Ming, CPA, to the qualification committee through May 31st, 2025. Now I would like to return to President Salazar for a second.
Thank you very much for that motion. I am looking for a second. I second. Well, the audible has it, Mr. Rosenbaum. Thank you very much. Apologies. I will manage that a little better by using words rather than pointing. Additional comments, please, from the board. Seeing no comment from the board, I would like to invite any public comment here in Sacramento on this motion. Seeing no public comment in Sacramento, I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to please share whether or not anyone has indicated an interest in public comment on this item. We are on 3B.
We are checking for public comments on item 3B. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And at the moment, it does not appear we have any requests for public comment.
Great, thank you very much. And with that, we are ready to call for the vote. Ms. Reed, would you proceed?
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Yan Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
and Nancy Corrigan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much for that. That does conclude, I believe, our report of our Vice President. Thank you so much, Ms. Chu, for that. We are going to now move along to the report of our Secretary Treasurer. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Rosenbaum to the agenda.
Thank you, President Salazar. Thank you, President Salazar. So attached at tab 4, you have the third quarter financial report for the fiscal year 22-23. For the current fiscal year, the CBA's budget authority remains set at $18,558,000. CBA revenues, which are reflected on page 2 of the report, totaled over $13.7 million for the period beginning July 1 through March 31, 2023. Projected revenues for the end of the fiscal year are anticipated to be $17.6 million. The fiscal 9-month financial statement located at page 3 reflects actual expenditures and encumbrances as of March 31, 2023, and totaled approximately $12.36 million. The CBA is presently projected to have a budget surplus of 0.61%. This is significantly lower than previous years. However, this is primarily due to the redirection of $550,000 into the Architectural Revolving Fund, or ARF, to help fund future costs and expenses related to the CBA relocation project. The fund condition statement, which is included on page 10, identifies that the CBA will have 5.1 months in reserve at the conclusion of the fiscal year, and the CBA's loan to the general fund is scheduled for repayment next fiscal year. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer questions you have and also have staff available to answer as well. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Rosenbaum from our committee, our board members?
I I do have a question. I'm not sure if this is the place or time for it, but I'm just curious, since we had discussion this morning regarding now that we have face-to-face and possibly starting to have meetings down south, how would that affect the budget regarding, since there's no headquarters down there, I'm assuming to use the hotel and rent it out and that kind of thing happens. So how would that affect the budget if we're already in a, I'm just curious.
I'll actually have Dan Pierce.
Yes, we would definitely most likely be renting space at a hotel. And I don't have the agenda item here in front of me, but we kind of have a general idea on what those costs are so that we can kind of plan and incorporate it. But that would definitely impact our expenditures, just depending on how many meetings we actually do hold down in Southern California. We are fortunate in September, for example, we're having a meeting at Cal Poly Pomona, which Mr. Hemphill is going to talk about. So depending on the location, sometimes when we can leverage a college, it lessens, the facility costs, but that is something that we will take into consideration for the facility. For the travel, we pretty much kind of fully expect to expend all of our travel budget line item. So that's, for the most part, taken into consideration. Is that responsive? Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Would you like to move along, and we'll open for public comment at the end of your item? Can I do that? Fine.
That's it for now, except that we do have a discussion on the possible action to consider changes to previously approved legislative proposal to amend Business and Professionals Code Section 5134 related to our fees. Ms. Pierce, would you provide the presentation?
Thank you. So as members may recall, in January 2023, the CBA approved a legislative proposal that would increase some fees and keep other fees associated with entry into the practice of public accounting at the current level in recognition of the current pipeline issues. The approved fee increase that was discussed and approved or voted on by the board in January would generate significant revenue and increase the CBA's accountancy fund and months in reserve level. The chart on page 2 identifies the fee increases that were approved by the board in January. The CBA approved legislative proposal at that time also included increasing the statutory cap on the CPA application fee and the accountancy firm application fee to provide the CBA an opportunity to increase those fees via the rulemaking process at a future date. At the conclusion of the meeting, the California Society of CPAs suggested the CBA consider a staggered approach to increasing the license renewal fees, as there have been 2 recent increases in January 2020 and October 2022, respectively. At the March meeting, staff reported that they were unable to find an author for the CBA approved statutory language from January, but they were working with DCA on the possibility of including the CBA fee changes in a DCA-wide bill authored by the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee. Also during this time, staff worked with the DCA Budget Office on Cal CPA's suggestions regarding a staggered approach to increasing the license renewal fees. So fast forward to late April, and the CBA was advised that its fee proposal could be included in the Senate committee bill. Prior to submitting the proposal approved by the CBA in January 2023, staff are presenting an alternative fee increase scenario based on the Cal CPA suggestion of a staggered approach. The chart on page 3 gives an overview of how the staggered 2-step fee increase would work. As proposed, the CPA license renewal fee would increase from the current level of $280 to $340 starting on July 1, 2024, and then increase to $400 on July 1, 2026. For accountancy firms, their renewal fee would increase from the current level of $280 to $400 on July 1, 2024, and then to $520 on July 1, 2026. This new approach to increasing fees also modifies the application review fee for new accountancy firms. As you may recall, under the prior proposal from January, the fee would have increased from $150, which is the current fee, to $600. Under the new proposal, the minimum fee level for the application review for a new accountancy firm would be set in statute at $250, and the statutory cap would increase to $2,000, consistent with the outcome of the CBA fee analysis. This would provide the option to increase this fee in future years via the rulemaking process. The proposed $250 fee level keeps in mind the current pipeline issues and easing entry to the practice of public accountancy, and it makes the application fee level consistent with that for applying for a CPA license, which is also set at $250. Attachment 3 contains proposed statutory language for Business and Professions Code Section 5134 that would implement the two-step license renewal fee increase approach and the $250 application review fee for new accountancy firms. The proposal also maintains increasing the statutory cap for the CPA application fee and the accountancy firm application fee to $700 and $2,000 respectively. The proposed language continues to include language from January 2023 that would allow the CBA to increase fees based on the Consumer Price Index at a specified period without going through the rulemaking process. And there is also a new proposed section, language that would authorize the CBA to initiate regulations to reduce the license renewal fees at a level below what is established in statute if the accountancy fund exceeds the 24 months of expenditures. So before I get to the staff recommendation, I just want to note that the two-step fee increase approach would allow more time for those impacted to acclimate to the higher fees. Further, the CBA's goal of increasing revenues and ensuring that revenues address our annual authorized expenditures is still achieved. As referenced on the fund condition statement, the CBA's months in reserve level continues to increase in future years. And staff worked with CBA leadership on this two-step fee increase option, and they noted their support for this approach. So staff recommend the CBA rescind the CBA's approval of the fee language adopted at its January 2023 meeting, approve the revised proposal for fee increases as reflected in Attachment 3, dated May 2023, for Business and Professions Code Section 5134, direct staff to work with DCA to seek its inclusion in the Senate Business Professions and Economic Development Committee bill, which we have been advised will be Senate Bill 816. And last, take a support position on the bill once the CBA approved language is amended in. And that is a very long recommendation and a very long report. So I will turn it back to Mr. Rosenbaum, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion, but before I do, I wanted to also clarify, because of the timing of the fee increase, it's going to coincide with renewal periods that are going to make it easier for staff to adopt these fee increases. Is that correct?
Correct. If the legislation becomes law, typically legislation is effective January 1 of the following year. This would actually push that out an additional 6 months and make it effective July 1, which is at the beginning of a fiscal year. So that actually helps on the accounting side of things, just for revenue, tracking revenue and whatnot. On the logistics side of things, it also provides ample time for staff to do some of the internal things that members and stakeholders may not see, updating accounting codes, updating our website, getting the renewal information and CBA Connect updated. And probably most importantly is being able to message to our licensees and our stakeholders kind of regarding the upcoming changes that are taking place and what to expect as they get their renewal forms. So,
thank you. So the motion I would like to make would be to adopt the recommendation of staff, which, if I can remember, is to rescind the fee structure that we approved at our last meeting, to adopt the staggered approach, to work to get this language into legislation, and then to file a support letter.
All right. Well, with a motion on the table, thank you for that motion, Mr. Rosenbaum. I would like to invite a second, and I have Ms. Chu.
I would be happy to second that.
Okay, wonderful. We have a motion on the table. We're now ready to open for discussion. Comments, questions from our committee members?
All right, so I am not seeing any, which is fantastic. So I would like to move through the public comment and invite any public comment here in person in Sacramento. And I do see we have a party, so I'd like to invite public comment. We have Mr. Jason Fox.
Jason Fox with the California Society of CPA. So fee increases are never popular. But we recognize that they are necessary to make sure the board is resourced to do what they need to do. So I just want to recognize and appreciate the staff consideration of pipeline concerns and kind of holding that, stable so that folks can come into the profession. And two, I do think the staggered approach will help kind of ease into the increases. And I appreciate the inclusion of in the language that allows for fees to either stabilize or reduce if we get to a point where there's sufficient reserves. So thank you for the consideration of our comments and feedback on the initial proposal.
All right, thank you for that public comment from Cal CPA. I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to share whether or not anyone online has indicated an interest in public comment on agenda items for number 4, which is the report of the Secretary or Treasurer, items A or B.
We are now accepting comments on the motion. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order that they are received. We do have a request for comment that is off topic regarding item 2E. Would you like to entertain it?
Yeah, so we're going to, so I've been advised that we can take a brief comment, but I do need to close the loop on the report of the Secretary Treasurer for that public comment, and then we will take the vote, and then we will go back for the delayed public comment on item 2E. So with that, I believe we are ready to call for a vote. So I'd like to invite Ms. Reed.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Michael Savoy?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you very much for that. And while we have our commenter online, I would like to go back and open the WebEx for that public comment. Moderator, can you assist?
Absolutely. Catherine, we're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone.
And just for clarification, this is item 2E, discussion and possible action regarding NASBA's changes to the Uniform Accountancy Act model rules.
All right, Catherine, we sent you a request to unmute your microphone. We see that you're on a mobile device. If you have only certain screens will show you that your option to unmute your microphone are at the bottom. Depending on which device, it will be different, so I can't advise you as to which one. I've sent you a second request to unmute your microphone.
Question if the item was already discussed and if there was or what was the result from the discussion?
I'll just respond. Yes, the item 2E was discussed just a short time ago. The board did vote to send a letter supporting the increase in time, if I recall the motion correctly, but they're not going to take formal action until a future CBA meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And that closes public comment on that agenda item. And so with that, it brings us to our lunch break. We are slightly ahead of schedule, so we will have a longer than anticipated lunch break. So I would like to invite everyone to return to the Board of Accountancy meeting at 1:30. We will pick up with agenda item 5. And with that, I would like to recess this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, good afternoon and welcome back. I'm calling the Board of Accountancy meeting back into session. So welcome back from your lunch break. We are on agenda item number 5, and that is report of the executive officer. So the first item under there, actually, prior to handing it over to Dominic for any questions, is the administration activity report. And so, do we have her? Okay. Fantastic. So I'd like to invite Christy Abate, our Manager of Administrative Services, to the front to engage in her presentation. Welcome, Christy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Salazar and members of the board. I have a few items on the report of the Administration Division that I would like to highlight. The first item I want to report on is an update on the relocation of the CBA office. Based on the fiscal month 9 projections, the CBA was able to set aside $550,000 into the Architectural Revolving Fund, or the ARF. This will cover costs of the relocation for things such as construction, alterations, improvements, and workstations. Staff have been progressing through the planning stages and working collaboratively with DC facilities and DGS planners on developing a functional, flexible, and inviting workspace that will accommodate the present hybrid work environment. Moving on to information technology updates. CBA IT staff have embarked on a project to connect to DCA's network. The first stage of the project was to replace the CBA's internet connection to DCA's internal network and reconfigure CBA laptop and desktop so that they are supported by DCA's platform and are compatible with DCA's IT infrastructure. The final step of the project will be the migration of CBA's Microsoft Office or O365 operating environment and domain to DCA's existing O365 operating environment and domain. I want to give many kudos to our CBA IT team for the strategic planning and execution of this migration project. And lastly, CBA staff continue to work on the business modernization project, focusing on making enhancements to CBA Connect. This concludes my presentation on this agenda item. I'll now turn it back over to President Salazar, but I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Abate or comments from our board members? Also, I cannot see your hand, Dan, so if you do have a question, if you could audibilize it. I don't think he's back. Okay. All right, Ms. Corrigan.
Yes, thank you for that report. And I guess the question is, so is it not an option to consider this facility, but trimming it down and adapting for budget purposes to this space versus relocating?
That could be an option. It's not really, it's something that could be proposed to the building management or building owner to keep us here. There are some advantages to being at the DCA headquarters office in terms of the different services that we align with them now, the IT network consolidation, some of the other services that we provide, some increased access to some of the resources they have there in terms of the conference rooms, more than we have here. So it's definitely something we can explore if the board would like us to do that. They do have space at DCA. The lease payments are less expensive than they are here. We are closer to DCA headquarters staff and other boards and bureaus. So there are some advantages, but it's certainly something that we could explore if the board would like us to.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to provide space previously when you needed the audio visual setup that you've done here to enable. I mean, if you go there, do you have meeting space or do you have to go to hotels again?
They actually have two larger, well, a hearing room, I'll say, and then a large conference room similar to this that does accommodate everything that we have here in terms of the audio-visual stuff. When we relocated in 2016, I think they very much would have loved to have us at that location. We elected to kind of keep ourselves separate, and so that was more on us as opposed to on what they wanted. But in terms of their, capabilities, in terms of their space, the meeting space that they have, it's comparable to this in terms of, conducting meetings there, board meetings, committee meetings, task force meetings, whatever it may be. So that won't be an issue.
You'd be saving hundreds of thousands of dollars downsizing here versus moving.
Potentially. I mean, we can, it's something if the board would like us to explore staying here. There is just lesser lease costs there. So, I mean, but, we're certainly happy to explore whatever the board would like.
All right, we have an additional comment from Ms. Ward.
The relocation, and I'm sorry if you did mention it, is this off of Evergreen Street, I think? Where's the location at?
It would be at the DCA headquarters, which is off on North Market, 1625 North Market. It's actually probably about a 10-minute drive from here.
Okay, I'm trying to just picture if I went there before for training. Okay. But I have had a chance last week to take a look upstairs, and there was quite a bit of empty spaces up there. So I don't know. Yeah, I saw that part.
Additional questions, comments? Mr. Lynn?
Yes, I saw the moving expenses is $550,000. So would that be any substantial saving after moving to the new location? What's the actual number if estimated? Yeah.
Yes, our lease costs for here is about, off the top, I want to say about $625,000 a year. And I believe there it would reduce to, and Christy can correct me, but I want to say it was about $240,000 a year. So it was a pretty significant savings, enough savings that it would, in a short term, offset the relocation costs as well.
Ms. Corrigan?
With the exception that the current lease amount is the facility as we occupy it now.
Yes.
So it would have to be revised occupation at some different rate. I mean, it might be worth looking into just to give us more information and then decide, yeah, don't go any further. But I don't know what anybody else thinks either. So thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional comments? All right. Okay. I think we do need to actually open up for public comment here in Sacramento. Seeing none, I would like to ask our WebEx moderator if anyone has indicated interest in public comments on item 5A.
We are open for public comment on 5A. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And it looks like our first request comes from Stephanie. Forgive me for the enunciation of your last name. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone. All right, we're going to send you a second request to unmute your microphone. We do have a note that Stefan might be in a meeting. Would you like me to read what was written aloud?
Yes, please. You're telling me there's a written comment online?
They were looking for a response.
Yes, you may read
uh,
it, please.
Okay. Bear with me just a moment. Will you guys be discussing the 30-month period?
Yes. So that comment doesn't relate to the agenda item that is currently before the board, and so we would respond to that later. It was already covered in our agenda, but if the person has further questions, they can reach out to staff for clarification. All right.
Wonderful.
Is that the only comment, moderator?
That is the only request for comment.
All right. Thank you. That will conclude our request for public comment on that particular item. And so I'd like to say, is there additional items in your report?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Abate. So we now move along in our item to agenda item 5B, which is the update on the California Board of Accountancy's communication and outreach. So welcome, Mr. David Hemphill, our Information and Planning Officer.
Good afternoon, President Salazar. Hello, members of the board. There we go. Information and Planning Officer with the CBA, and I will now be presenting the Communications and Outreach Report. As you have probably noticed, today marks the first appearance of a fresh new look for this report, as well as the Enforcement Activity Report, Licensing Activity Report, and the Administration Activity Report. We hope you like the new designs, giving all of them that we present to you at each meeting a more cohesive and modern feel. Just last week, the CBA conducted its first in-person outreach event since early 2020. Member Nancy Corrigan joined me at California State University San Bernardino for their annual spring banquet, sponsored by Beta Alpha Psi. This was the first time the university had held this event in person in 4 years, and there were about 50 students which attended to network with local accounting firms who were there. CBA staff members Jennifer Jackson and Megan Mitchell reviewed transcripts of many of the students who were extremely appreciative of the opportunity. And I would like to thank Ms. Corrigan for speaking at the event, and she eloquently discussed the role of the CBA, what being a CBA has meant in her life. You did a great job. Ms. Jackson and I gave a presentation on the requirements for examination and licensure and informed them about the upcoming CPA exam changes within CPA evolution. We finished the evening with a question and answer time, which was even more fun to do in person, as I grabbed a handheld microphone and walked around to the assembled students and the firm representatives and took their questions. I even posed some questions back to them, which we will use as information for our SURE CPA project. We look forward to planning more outreach events, whether in person or virtual. There will definitely be a similar event in September in conjunction with the CBA meeting to be held at California State Polytechnic University, Pomona. We've gotten some very positive response to a new licensee page that we created for the CBA website. The page has a celebratory feel to it. I think we're going to show it to you right here. Boom, oh, it was there for a second. Hopefully it'll come back. The celebratory feel to it, there it is. On it, we congratulate the most recent CPAs, those who have earned their certificate in each of the last 6 months. It's organized by month. You can kind of see the tabs going down there on the left. So about 250 new names go up there each month, which is about our average. It also makes for a great social media post when we announce that the latest month of the new CPAs has been added to the page. When we posted about the new March CPAs, that became our most responsive on LinkedIn so far for the second quarter. I would now like to show you a video that our own President Salazar starred in to help recruit candidates to serve on a CBA advisory committee. We produced the 90-second video with the help of DCA, so let's roll it.
Hello, my name is Katrina Salazar. I am a CPA and president of the California Board of Accountancy. We at the CBA are tasked with protecting the public by ensuring only licensed accountants practice public accountancy in accordance with established professional standards. That's not only a mouthful to say, it's a really big job, considering there are more than 114,000 licensed individuals and firms in our state. To do this, the CBA relies upon 3 advisory committees to help with a variety of key functions. They are the Enforcement Advisory Committee, which assists the Enforcement Division with investigations, the Qualification Committee, which makes recommendations to the Licensing Division about applicants for licensure, and the Peer Review Oversight Committee, which evaluates the peer review program. All 3 committees support critical aspects of the CBA's overall consumer protection mission. As president of the Board of Accountancy, I can affirm just how valuable each committee is. And right now, there are openings available for these advisory committees. So that's where you come in. The CBA and our profession need your help. We are looking for qualified individuals to fill these roles. As a CBA committee member, you would play an important part in shaping the accounting profession and protecting consumers of California, all while enhancing your career with the experiences gained and the industry leaders you meet while serving. If this sounds like a good fit for you or someone you know, I highly encourage you to consider serving on a CBA advisory committee and making it part of your professional development. You can find more information about these committees and how to apply on the CBA website. Just click on Volunteer to Serve in the Quick Links box on the homepage. Thanks for watching, and we hope to hear from you soon.
Excellent job, President Salazar. Very good. So now that that's completed, we'll begin posting that on social media and on the website and sharing it, and hopefully we'll get some more applicants very soon. DCA produced a similar video recruiting for CBA membership, also with President Salazar, but you'll have to go to YouTube or the Opportunities to Serve page of the CBA website to watch that one. Speaking of recruitment, one of the items suggested during the Leadership Roundtable was to create a tool that CBA members can use to share information about committee vacancies. The document is now finished and has social media posts, template emails, graphics, and descriptions about the committees that can be easily shared, as well as a link to the video that you just viewed. There is also a frequently asked questions portion, so you can respond to more common questions potential committee members may have. This guide will be emailed to members after today's meeting. It was a great suggestion, and if members have additional thoughts on information to include, please let us know. Of course, you can also direct anyone who may be interested to Mr. Franzella, and we can speak with them about the committee roles. Update 98 was published since our last meeting. The spotlight interview in this issue features Qualifications Committee Chair Michael Williams, I believe is back there. Good job. We also debuted a new feature in this issue, a graphic recognizing licensees celebrating 50 years of licensure. Anyone want to venture a guess as to how many California licensees hit their 50-year milestone just in the last 4 months? Any guesses? 5? Higher, higher, higher. Put a clock on that. 36, actually, and that includes 3 licensees that celebrated 60 years. So what were you up to in May 1963? Yeah, we don't need to know that. Lastly, I'd like to mention that our communications and outreach team is growing. We've been a bit short-handed for the last few months, but that is changing shortly. The first of our 3 new hires in the unit began a couple of weeks ago, and he's sitting right behind me. He's observing us here today, Mr. Jacob Sudia. Welcome, Jacob. Yay. He specializes in video production, so we're looking forward to using his skills to expand our multimedia content in the months to come. Another new team member starts next week, and we're right in the middle of interviews for a 3rd position. So I can't wait to have our full team up and running and begin growing our communications through increased focus on social media, video creation, and so much more. That concludes my presentation. I'll now turn it back over to President Salazar, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions or comments from our members? All right, seeing none, we do need to move along to public comments. Is there any public comment here in Sacramento? And seeing none, I'd like to ask our WebEx moderator to share with us if anyone has indicated a desire for public comments on this agenda item. We are on, I believe it is 5B.
We are now accepting public comment on 5B. If you'd like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And we have a request from Stepan. Hold on just a moment. We're going to send you a request to unmute your microphone. And I've got a written response that says, I apologize, I can't hear. Can you please respond here in text? I would greatly appreciate it. We'll work on that for him. There are no other requests for comments at the moment.
All right, thank you. Moderator, that concludes our ask on public comments on that item. Thank you so much. And as we charge along in our agenda, we come up to item 6, which is our report on the Enforcement Advisory Committee. So I'd like to welcome our chair, Doug Aguilera, to present.
Thank you, President Salazar. I enjoyed your video. Good job. Good afternoon. My name is Doug Aguilera, and I am the Enforcement Advisory Committee Chair. I will be presenting CBA Item 6A1, Report of the May 4th, 2023 Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting. The EAC again held its meeting in person on May 4th, 2023, here at the CBA office in Sacramento. I would like to thank CBA member Evangeline Ward for attending the EAC meeting and providing an update on CBA activities. The EAC also held 5 investigative hearings in a hybrid format, with 4 licensees participating via WebEx, 1 licensee participating in person, and all of the panel members participating in person at the office here. Our next EAC meeting will be held on July 13th, 2023. That concludes my report, and I would be happy to answer any questions CBA members or members of the public may have.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Aguilera. Any questions or comments?
Again, I'd like to extend my appreciation to Ms. Ward for attending, but she also had the opportunity to attend an investigative hearing, and I would like to offer that up to any member who would like to participate. If you haven't yet to do so, to actually sit through an investigative hearing, they're an important process in the enforcement, it's an important tool in the enforcement process, and it's one that can help provide insight as to some of the pinks that you receive before you. So if you are interested, let me know or let Carrie O'Connor know, and we can work to facilitate your participation as well.
Well, that concludes the comments. So thank you, the questions. So thank you very much for that presentation. That is much appreciated.
My pleasure. I'll turn it back over to you.
Perfect. All right. You're good. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. My understanding is that the Qualifications Committee does not have a report, although I do want to acknowledge our chair, Mr. Williams, for being present and listening in on the board meeting. So thank you very much. So our next item up on our agenda is item 6C, which is the Peer Review Oversight Committee. So I'd like to invite Ms. Laura Ross to share her report with our board.
Good afternoon, President Salazar, members of the board. I am Laura Ross, chair of the CBA's Peer Review Oversight Committee. I am happy to provide a report on the PROC's May 12th meeting. First, I would like to thank Vice President Tu for attending our meeting and providing an overview of the CBA activities from the March CBA meeting. The PROC members have engaged in several oversight activities since its February meeting. The members attended 6 report acceptance body meetings, or known as RAB meetings. Members also attended 1 AICPA peer review board open session meeting. PROC members reported that all these meetings met expectations. Additionally, members reviewed 2 out-of-state administering entities, the Colorado Society of CPAs and the Louisiana Society of CPAs. It was determined that they complied with the administrative procedures and standards in all material respects as established by the CBA. Lastly, the PROC reviewed the report on peer review statistical data from the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants dated March 2nd, 2023. And we reviewed the report on the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants Peer Review Program, National Peer Review Committee, 2021 Annual Report on Oversight, issued December 16th, 2022. The next PROC meeting will be held on August 11th, 2023. I would like to turn the discussion on this item back over to President Salazar, and I'd be happy to answer any questions members may have.
All right, thank you so much for that report, Ms. Ross. Any board member comments or questions for our chair? Okay, so seeing none, thank you so much. I would like to invite public comment for both of the Enforcement Advisory Committee and Peer Review Oversight Committee reports here in Sacramento. And seeing no public comment, I would like to ask the WebEx moderator to open up for public comment. Let us know if anyone has indicated the desire to comment on item 6, A or C.
We are now open for comment on the two committee items. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we had requests. And we have a request from Muskan. Hold on just a moment. We're sending you a request to unmute your microphone.
And I am not sure if the question relating to the 30 months extension period has been covered yet, because I couldn't hear anything about it. So just wanted to check on that. The CPA exams extension for 30 months.
All right, thank you very much for that. I would like to respond that staff has already addressed this comment as part of our meeting, and you can reach out to board staff for clarification if needed. Thank you, Chair Ross, for that. And thank you, moderator online. We are moving along in our agenda item. We are now on item 7, which is the report of the enforcement chief. And so I would like to invite Ms. O'Connor, our deputy chief in the enforcement division, to present the enforcement activity report.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie O'Connor, and I'm the deputy chief of the enforcement division. The enforcement activity report before you today is for the first 9 months of fiscal year 2022-2023. And thank you to the outreach team for the refreshed look to our enforcement activity report. I think it looks great. The CBA received a little over 3,200 complaints for the first 9 months of the fiscal year. The graph on the bottom of page 1 provides a comparison of the total complaints received as of the same reporting period for the prior 2 fiscal years. You will see that compared with the prior 2 fiscal years, we have received an increase, a 59% increase over fiscal year 2021, and a 26% increase from the last fiscal year. On page 2, we have included information on the top 3 complaint types, with complaints regarding unlicensed activity being the top complaint type. Moving on to investigations and investigations pending on page 3. At the end of the first 9 months of the fiscal year, staff closed 3,639 cases, with 99% of the cases closed within 1 year. The average days to close investigations was 128 days. And enforcement had a little over 1,700 cases in its pending investigations inventory. Members will see an increase of pending cases in the 6 to 12 month bracket compared to fiscal year 21-22. This is due largely to the influx in the number of unlicensed complaints received. There were 2 cases over 24 months old, which are still actively being investigated. And you will see that our average age of open cases is at 107 days. Discipline-related information can be found on page 4 of the report. Looking first at AG referrals, the CBA referred 30 matters to the Attorney General's office and filed 23 pleadings, with the majority being accusations. The CBA had 36 matters pending at the AG's office, and the CBA has taken action on 23 final disciplinary orders. Moving on to citations and fines, on page 5, the CBA issued 313 citations. 50% of the citations were for a specific violation related to the 2012 continuing education requirement. And we received 31 citation and fine appeals, and we have withdrawn or modified 25 of the citations. In most cases, the licensee either provided new mitigating evidence or complied with the issue that resulted with the issuance of the citation. Page 6 contains information regarding unlicensed activity. Already for this fiscal year, we have received 1,431 complaints regarding unlicensed activity, and the vast majority, 94%, involve individuals that do not have an active CPA license issued in California, holding out as a CPA on a specific social media platform. We have closed a little over 1,900 investigations through the first 9 months of the fiscal year, with the majority being closed as a result of compliance. The final area of the report that I'd like to highlight is on page 7 regarding probation monitoring. As of March 31st, we had 85 individuals on probation, and we identified 42 probation violations, with the majority being failing to submit the written quarterly report. At this time, I'd like to turn the discussion over to President Salazar and would be happy to answer any questions members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connor. Board members, Ms. Chu, questions? Thank you, President Salazar. On page 5 of your report with citation, I realize that we're only 9 months into the data, but the average number of days receipt of complaint and insurance of citation is dramatically down. Is there a reason why for that, or just?
Yeah, I'd say that we have worked hard to improve our internal processes to make sure, we are processing things timely, and I'm happy that we've been able to achieve that decrease.
I say bravo.
Thank you.
Well said. Mr. Jacobson, is that your hand up? I think that's a no. All right.
Yeah, it was a no.
Any additional questions? All right. We do need to open up for comments, so public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing none, I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to let us know if anyone has requested public comment in item 7, enforcement activity report. If the comment is not related to the enforcement activity report, can you please hold it until the end?
Board President, if I may quickly, for the information to the public, we did want to advise that the question and answer section where you would post a comment is strictly for board business to address the board. No other comments will be responded to, and they do need to be on the item currently before the board, and any other matters can wait until the end of the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
We are now accepting. My apologies. Go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. Proceed.
We are now accepting public comment on item 7 only. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And there are no requests for public comment on agenda item 7.
Thank you, moderator. All right, that concludes our discussion on item number 7, and I would like to invite Michelle Center to present item number 8, the report of the licensing chief. Actually, apologies. The LAR, or licensing activity report, today will come from Mr. Matthew Parsons, our coordinator of license renewal and continuing competency.
Thank you, President Salazar.
I am Matthew Parsons, and I'm an analyst in the License Renewal and Continuing Competency Unit. This Licensing Activity Report, or LAR, thank you, covers the period of time between July 1st, 2022 and March 31st, 2023. The LAR begins with the reporting of processing times. With the dedication and hard work of the licensing staff, processing times remain below the 30-day goal. Now, if you turn your attention to page 2 in the LAR, there are over 76,600 stakeholder inquiries in the form of emails and telephone calls. This is inclusive of CBA calls directed to the DCA call center. On to pages 3 and 4. As of March 31st, the examination unit has approved nearly 4,000 first-time applicants to sit for the CPA exam. The initial licensing unit has approved nearly 2,500 applications for CPAs and firms. Pages 5 through 7, data related to renewal statistics, renewal deficiencies, and continuing education audits are displayed. Table 7 includes CE audit data. 678 licensees have been selected so far for an audit in fiscal year 22-23. Of those, 529 have already been found to be compliant. Table 8 includes population data. As of January 31st, the CBA had a grand total of 115,286 licenses and registrations. On page 9, data related to military and refugee, asylee, and special immigrant visa holders are displayed. The licensing division will continue to support for these groups by providing escalated processing and a dedicated liaison. That concludes my presentation. I will now turn it back over to President Salazar and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parsons. Questions or comments about the licensing activity report from our members? All right, seeing none, I do need to call for public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing none, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to share with us whether anyone has indicated interest in public comment on item 8A.
We are now accepting public comment on item 8A. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And it does not appear as though we have any requests for 8A.
All right, thank you, moderator. So that concludes our discussion on item 8. Thank you very much, Mr. Parsons. And the next item on the agenda is item number 9. Those are the meeting minutes, and that one falls to me, lucky me as president. So may I have a motion to adopt the minutes of the March 23rd to 24th of 2023 California Board of Accountancy meeting. Specifically, this is agenda item 9A, which includes non-substantive edits that were noted after materials were received. Ms. Chu?
Move to adopt the minutes for March 23rd, 24th.
Thank you. We have a first. May I invite a second? Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. We do have a first and a second discussion or additional edits. And seeing none, I would like to invite public comment in Sacramento. And seeing none, I'd like to ask our WebEx moderator regarding comments on item 9A.
We are now accepting public comments on item 9A. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And it does not appear as though there are any requests for 9.
Thank you, moderator. So that we are now going to call for a vote. Ms. Reed, can you assist?
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
I abstained as I was in federal court for part.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Michael Savoy?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
And the motion passes.
All right, thank you very much for that. We have approved the minutes of the March meeting. May I have a motion to accept the minutes? This, what I'm asking for is agenda items 9B through 9D. So those are Legislative Committee meeting, CPC meeting, as well as the Enforcement Advisory Committee meeting, which includes non-substantive edits that were noted after the materials were received. Ms. Chu?
So move for item 9B, C, and D.
Did you say B, C, and D? Yes. Thank you. Ms. Corrigan?
And I will second that motion.
All right, thank you very much. Comments and discussion. I do see Mr. Jacobson has his hand raised.
Thank you. As similar to before, I was in court for the CPC when the CPC meeting took place and the legislative committee took place, and even though I'm a member, I'll be abstaining.
Thank you for that. Seeing no additional board member comments, I do need to open for public comment in Sacramento. Seeing no public comment here, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to advise, are there any public comments on the meeting minutes, item 9B through D?
We are now open for public comment on the meeting minutes. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And there does not appear to be any requests for public comment at the moment.
All right, thank you, moderator. We will move along. Ms. Reed, would you please call for the vote?
Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
Yen Tu?
Yes.
Michael Savoy?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
I abstain.
And Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Reed. Moving along to our next agenda item, that is item 10, other business. The first items are actually my reports. These are under the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, and these are reports on meetings attended by Board of Accountancy representatives. So I do want to share with you on the Board of Examiners, which is item 10A1A. The Board of Examiners did have a virtual meeting in April. There is some information to share, which may be new to some of our board members. There's a new video on exam security awareness that has been put online at the AICPA site. So this awareness video is directed to candidates and also talks about things that are acceptable and not acceptable for exam candidates to do surrounding security issues. And it's actually been well received in its initial review, and we've already heard that at least one major test prep company has decided to incorporate this video into their training program to help educate folks. So there are more materials out there for our candidates. Also in July, there are going to be website updates that are going to add the new test sections in the core and discipline. Remember, the exam is changing on January 1st, and that there will also be a campaign launched around those sample tests. There's also going to be a getting to know the test video. So from the Board of Examiners, the message is there's a lot of time and attention and resources to trying to communicate to our future licensees what they need to know prior to taking the exam. I will share that with new exams, there is also a process that sets exam scores. And so the AICPA will be recruiting volunteers and asking for nominations to serve. So this is separate from the volunteer committee document that you received. This is a short-term volunteer project. They are looking for 10 to 15 individuals who supervise newly licensed CPAs for each exam section area. So these committees, should you be interested in volunteering, will actually be meeting in person. It will be out of state. And those meetings will be early December through early January. So I know that that can be a challenging time for many of our volunteers, but I do want to put that information out there as soon as possible. So if you have questions, I would suggest maybe direct that towards board staff, and it will be routed to the appropriate person to respond. Also, the Board of Examiners shared plans that they wish to resume, going back to something that was done a few years ago, which is hosting periodic post-meeting recaps for executive directors and board chairs. So hopefully, coming in the future, you know, possibly 2 or so times a year, the Board of Examiners will actually be communicating directly with staff and leadership as well. So for those boards that don't have someone on the Board of Examiners to give this kind of report, all of the jurisdictions will be able to share an information. So that concludes my report on the Board of Examiners. I will jump into the State Board Committee quickly. There was a lot of discussion at the State Board report, State Board Committee that was held, I believe last month. It was online. The credit extension, the conditional credit discussion that we have been having here was the hot topic. In general, the states that were on the call were very supportive and expressed a fairly good willingness to be somewhat flexible. So I believe that many, in my view, a lot of other folks are kind of looking to see how all of the conversations progress before necessarily moving forward with legislative action. Illinois is actually implementing their 120-hour rule for sitting for the exam. Our neighbor, Nevada, is in the process of implementing a 1-year experience requirement and firm mobility. So these are probably things that are discussed at regional meetings and other places, but I did want to share that with you, some of the data that came out of the State Board Committee. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hold off on comment on everything in item 10 until the very public comment for everything in item 10 until the very end. So are there any board member questions for me about the AICPA report? Okay, fantastic. Seeing none, I would like to really defer the, I won't say defer, I will abbreviate my NASBA report as director at large and simply say each of you as board members would have received a quarterly NASBA communications pack. So we've talked about a lot of this stuff. I think Nancy will be addressing the most important thematic elements in her report, but that resource is available for you to get a very detailed recount of the past NASBA board meeting. So with that, I'd like to pass the baton to Ms. Corrigan to report on Director at Large.
Thank you, President Salazar. So the last Board of Directors meeting for NASBA was held in Santa Fe, New Mexico on April 21st. And of course, they handled the usual business, approving minutes, reviewing financial reports, that sort of thing. Very lengthy meetings and discussions always, and I'm going to just hit some of the highlights. NASBA is putting together a model of what various jurisdictions are doing to relieve the pipeline issue so that we kind of have a picture of it all so that will be helpful to all jurisdictions in going forward. So hopefully we can work maybe in a concerted effort. We'll see. Also, the role and operations of the PCC, the Private Company Council, is being reviewed to determine the effectiveness of the PCC and the FASB, Financial Accounting Standards Board interaction, which is really important to the profession. So that is looked at every so often. The AICP and NASBA Summit meeting planning to discuss the 120 versus 150 units that we've all been hearing about, of course, a very critical and ongoing topic and what various jurisdictions are doing. The Experience, Learn, and Earn, or ELE program, another way to obtain additional 30 units for candidates in a cost-effective way. Firms and universities are showing interest in this, and so that's kind of an ongoing project and discussion. And of course, underscoring everything really that NASBA talks about is the importance of consistency and uniformity for strength and supporting the profession, because we've got 55 jurisdictions, some of which are going in different directions. So consistency and uniformity being very important. We had an update on the new CPA exam transition that is on target, and that testing is taking place now between NASBA, AICPA, and Prometric to make sure systems are ready for January 1. So very important. There was a pilot testing going on for what is called block scheduling, and don't know a lot about that other than pilot testing for the efficiency for groups to take the exam kind of in a concerted, concentrated manner, whatever that might mean. So block scheduling. I believe that Ms. Gracia discussed the amnesty program, so I don't need to get into that. That was discussed, and that will be ongoing, and many issues with that. What's fair, what should be done, what shouldn't be done, what should be allowed. Complicated and could help the pipeline to some degree. Also mentioning that pipeline is not only an issue impacting the accounting profession, but teachers, nurses, engineers, as well as accountants. Lots across the board, many professions are impacted right now by pipeline. So if we're feeling bad for ourselves, we should, but remembering that it is a big issue and it is a worldwide issue, not just US, not just USA. AICPA is looking into an accounting specialist designation to fill the shortage of accountants. Non-CPA certificates are being considered and would not be regulated like CPA certificates are. So that could pose many, many, many issues for the profession. Should be very interesting as the project evolves. Mr. Ortega previously discussed the exposure draft and the decision NASBA made on the UAA Model Rule 5-7 and the conditional credit period going from 18 to 30 months, so I won't go into that any further. Of course, California will have to decide ultimately what we do. You know, every jurisdiction has their own battle to deal with. And that's the end of that part of my report. And thank you. President Salazar, would you like me to continue?
Yes, please.
Okay, agenda item B3A. I'm chair, as you know, of the Education Committee. Its charge is to support the boards of accountancy by representing NASBA in the academic community and serving as an advisory resource on education matters related to the accounting profession. And I think I told you previously that that committee, that NASBA approves an annual budget, $25,000. That committee has the project of deciding of the proposals received, and we received 15, and we were able to take 8 of them seriously because they met certain objectives to decide who would receive that under NASBA's Education Research Grant Program. The task force, of which I was one of 5, met on April 3rd to make a recommendation to the full committee the next day on April 4th. We decided on 2 proposals to present to the full board on April 21st, so we unanimously approved those. And the 2 projects awarded, and I will give you the names, the titles of them, were as follows. How does slow wage growth in the accounting profession impact the CPA pipeline? Really critical topic. The second one, how industry and academic trends have affected candidates graduating from small accounting programs and how those effects have impacted the CPA pipeline. 2 very relative projects, and so those were approved and going forward. If there are no questions, I will continue with the Committee on Relations with Member Boards. We met virtually on March 31st to plan for questions. That particular committee meets the day before NASBA board meetings, and we also are able to have the NASBA Executive Committee come in and deal with us directly and answer our questions. So we put them on the spot. And so we decided that, or they decided it would be nice to have our questions ahead of time so they could give thought to their answers. And so we put those together, and then when we met in Santa Fe on April 20th, the Executive Committee came in. We wanted to know the status, of course, of CPA evolution, and everybody going to be ready on January 1st. We discussed at that time the 18 rolling credit period versus justification for 24 versus justification for 36. And of course, the next day at the board meeting, the 30-month period, was voted on and approved. We discussed large firm issues and cheating on continuing education and the challenges that jurisdictions are facing. So very, more information is actually being gathered on this topic once the executive directors and officers meet and discuss this. So I guess more information is forthcoming on that particular challenge. Obviously, the 120 versus 150 unit requirement was discussed, as it always is, and the impacts that consistency have or inconsistency will have to the various jurisdictions. And the amnesty program was also discussed with them. So just a reminder, regional conferences are going to be here soon. Eastern is May 31st to June 2nd. That's Savannah, Georgia. The one that I will be at is Western, June 27 to June 29, Kansas City, Missouri. And the orientation, which is very helpful, very informational, will be held for new board members, new members since May 2022. And that concludes my report. I just want to say, if this board does need a presentation from NASBA leaders at any time, please let me know, and I'm happy to coordinate that. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. I'm not seeing any questions for Ms. Corrigan from our committee members. Board Member 2 has indicated that she does not have a communications report for this meeting, so I will wrap up item 10 with my own brief diversity committee report. So this is for NASBA's diversity committee, of which I am the chair. We have met multiple times this year. I think the two things that are items to share is I'm excited to let you know that NASBA is working on a web page that is going to be focused on DE&I and putting some additional information up there. So this has been a committee that works in the background, and we're trying to bring it a little bit more to the forefront and help educate folks a bit on this. So I'm very excited about that. So hopefully that will be launched about the time of the regional meeting. Also, NASBA has a DEI training opportunity for all boards. So we may have mentioned this previously, either through a regional call report, but we have started sort of the initial offerings with our diversity committee and the NASBA board. And so far, the trainings have been well received. They can be provided in person, online. They can be made available to boards of accountancy should they desire it. It's really focused on just sort of understanding generally what DE&I is and what the benefits are to organizations that have a diversity of people with different life experiences and viewpoints. So that information will probably be shared again a little bit later. Ultimately, the NASBA is hoping to be able to offer monthly courses for Board of Accountancy members that wish to participate, to simply just sign up at the meeting that is most convenient for them. So it is only 90 minutes, so look forward to that. And that concludes my comments on the Diversity Committee activities. Are there any questions from our board members about any of the reports that have been covered in item 10? Ms. Lata?
Thank you, President Salazar. I just have a question about the NASBA regional conference. Are we, is it available to members to participate in that, or just the regional directors will be going?
Well, I would strongly encourage any of our members of our board to communicate with staff their interest and work with, would it be, is it Deanne or Dominic, express your interest and they will continue that conversation. It is open from the NASBA perspective. Registration is absolutely open to every single NASBA member that is here. Everyone here is a NASBA member. Our staff will deal with elevating that request because it is out-of-state travel and does require some special handling to get the required approvals to make it happen. So if you are interested and have not previously expressed interest, please reach out to staff as soon as possible. It is a wonderful opportunity, and the orientation, as Ms. Corrigan mentioned, could you repeat the date of that one? Is it for the Western?
The Western is June 27 to June 29. That's Kansas City, Missouri. Yes.
And the 27th is the orientation?
Yes, generally the first, second, I don't remember what the dates were. The first, second day is the orientation though.
Yeah. So you just want to specify if you're interested in the orientation and the regional. So any additional questions? No? All right. So now it's time for us to request public comment. So I'd like to invite anyone in Sacramento in person for public comment. Oh, I am so sorry. We're going to pause the public comment. I was under the, my understanding was Mr. Savoy does not have a report. Is that correct? I do want to confirm. Okay, I apologize for acknowledging that. Thank you so much. And we're back to public comment. Seeing none here in Sacramento, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to advise whether or not that anyone has indicated an interest in public comment on other business, which is item 10.
We are open for public comment on item 10. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And it appears as though there are no requests for item 10.
All right, thank you, moderator. Thank you. That concludes item 10 for us. We do have on the agenda an afternoon break. Since we are ahead of schedule, we are just going to continue. And so I do want to move along to the report on the legislative committee and would like to invite Mr. Rosenbaum to present.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I've got a legislative committee report of this morning's meeting, May 18, 3 different items. The first one was on our agenda 11A3, an update, discussion, and possible action on legislation which the California Board of Accountancy has taken a position. Staff provided the legislative committee, or the LC, with an update on legislation on which the CBA had already taken a position this year. And that is Senate Bill 887 contains non-substantive changes for several boards and bureaus within the Department of Consumer Affairs, DCA, including those requested by the CBA. The CBA took a support position on this bill at the March meeting. On April 20, 2023, the bill was amended. The amendments were to correct a grammatical change and delete an obsolete report regarding peer review requirements. These satisfied the concerns raised at the March 2023 CBA meeting. The bill has passed through Senate and is now in the Assembly, awaiting its referral to a policy committee. The Legislative Committee recommends that the CBA maintain its support position on the bill and no action is required. The next item is review and consideration of possible positions on legislation, and this is CBA agenda item 11A4. The Legislative Committee discussed several bills on which the CBA may wish to take a position. The first one, Assembly Bill 883, regarding business licenses, United States Department of Defense Skill Bridge Program. Assembly Bill 883 regarding the United States Department of Defense Skill Bridge Program would provide boards within the DCA to expedite the initial license process for an applicant who supplies satisfactory evidence that they are an active duty member of the United States Armed Forces enrolled in the Department of Defense's Skill Bridge Program. The Skill Bridge Program provides job training and employment skills training, including apprenticeship programs. Given this focus and the short length of the program of only 180 days for outbound service members, the Legislative Committee concurred with the staff determination that the program would not usefully aid those in the Skill Bridge program in obtaining the educational requirements necessary to sit for the uniform CPA exam and is also not sufficient duration to fulfill the entirety of the accounting experience requirement. Therefore, the LC did not take any action on this bill, and it will be moved back to the list of bills being monitored. The next one, Senate Bill 372 regarding Department of Consumer Affairs licensee and registrant records, name and gender changes. Senate Bill 372 regarding DCA's licensee records and name and gender changes would require boards within the DCA to update a licensee's legal name or gender in its online verification system if the board receives government-issued documentation from the licensee demonstrating that they have been changed. The board would also be required to remove a licensee's former name or gender from its online license verification system and treat this information as confidential. The board would be required to establish a process to allow a person to request and obtain a licensee's current name or enforcement action record linked to a former name of a licensee. While the CBA does not collect gender information, staff noted that there are potential consumer impacts as the bill is presently drafted. One of the primary concerns is this bill may create an additional step for a consumer to access licensing and enforcement information associated with a licensee's record who has had a name change. Staff did report that subsequent to the analysis being prepared, the Department of Consumer Affairs conveyed that they are they are working on proposed possible edits that may address most of the concerns identified in the analysis. Excuse me one second. Accordingly, Legislative Committee recommends that the CBA send a letter to the author expressing concerns about consumer access. This is a fully formed motion and does not require a second. I will turn it back to President Salazar for discussion and action.
All right, comments or questions from the board members? Okay. We have a fully formed motion on the table. This is our discussion prior to calling for the vote. I am not seeing any questions or concerns, and so we will move forward and open it up for public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing no indication of interest in public comment here in Sacramento, I would like to ask our WebEx moderator to please advise whether or not there is public comment on Senate Bill 372, on the motion related to Senate Bill 372.
We are now accepting public comment on the motion only. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And it appears as though we have no requests for comments at the moment.
All right, thank you, moderator. All right, that concludes the comment section. I would like to ask Ms. Reed to call for the vote, please.
Nancy Corrigan?
Yes.
Dan Jacobson?
Yes.
Christian Lotta?
Yes.
Tony Lynn?
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens?
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Katrina Salazar?
Yes.
Michael Savoy?
Yes.
Yin Tu?
Yes.
And Evangeline Ward?
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Reed. Mr. Rosenbaum, please proceed.
Okay, the third item that we discussed was Senate Bill 544, which would amend the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act related to how a state body conducts a meeting by teleconference. This bill would require state bodies to provide an opportunity to the public to address the state body, ensure the state body implements procedures to accommodate and resolve requests from individuals with disabilities, cease or recess meetings when technical issues are identified, and provide transparency for those participating remotely by requiring the disclosure of other individuals 18 years of age or older who are present. Staff brought to our attention that there would be a 6-month gap between the expiration of the current teleconferencing provisions, which expire on July 1, 2023, and the effective date of this bill should it become enacted. The Legislative Committee therefore recommends that the CBA adopt a support position on this bill. This is a fully formed motion and does not require a second. I'll turn it back to President Salazar for action.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. Do we have any comments or concerns regarding the motion on the table? Discussion of the issue. All right, seeing no comments from our members, I would like to request public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing no public comment in Sacramento, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to share whether or not there is public comment on item 11-4C, Senate Bill 544, the motion related to this item.
We are now accepting public comment on the motion for 11.4C. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And there does not appear to be any requests for comment on the motion.
All right, thank you, moderator. I would like to move through our agenda and ask Ms. Reed to please call for the vote.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Christian Lotta,
Yes.
Dan Jacobson,
Yes.
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Jen Tu,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you, Ms. Reed. Mr. Rosenbaum, please proceed.
Okay, the fourth and final bill that we considered individually is Senate Bill 802, which would require a board that decides to deny an application for licensure based solely or in part on the applicant's conviction history to notify the applicant in writing within 30 days after a decision is made. Since this bill was included on the agenda, we've learned that the author's office that this is a placeholder vehicle and will not move forward in its current form through the duration of the legislative session. Therefore, the Legislative Committee took no action on this item, and it will be moved back to the list of bills being monitored. Lastly, CBA Agenda 11A5, the review and possible consideration of positions on legislation that is currently being monitored. Staff provided an update on legislation which is presently being monitored, including bills introduced this session that were introduced as placeholder legislation or, while of note, do not have a direct impact on the CBA's licensees or operations. If any bill is amended in a manner that makes it relevant to the CBA, an analysis will be conducted by staff and presented to the CBA at a future meeting. The Legislative Committee took no further action on this item. And that concludes my report of the Legislative Committee meeting this morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rosenbaum. That was a very comprehensive report. It's hard to believe that all happened already today. Any additional comments from our board members regarding those final closing items in Mr. Rosenbaum's presentation? And seeing none, we have the fun of opening up for public comments again. So requesting public comments in Sacramento. And seeing no public comment here, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to share whether or not there has been additional related to agenda item 11.
We are open for public comment on agenda item 11. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment in the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And there does not appear to be any request for public comment at the moment.
All right, thank you, moderator. That is appreciated. So moving along in our agenda to item 11, 5B. Well, I'm not quite sure what the Roman numerals. We're going to move along to the Committee on Professional Conduct report and invite Ms. Christian Lotta, since she knows where on the agenda we are.
Thank you, President Salazar. As chair of the Committee on Professional Conduct, I will offer my report of the meeting that took place this morning, and we will begin that with agenda item 11B2, discussion and possible action regarding the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants reporting of peer review information and documentation to the California Board of Accountancy. The CPC continued its discussion on the challenges of the CBA has identified with the AICPA peer review program at previous meetings. At today's meeting, the CPC discussed two of those issues, including one, ensuring all documents are provided to the CBA upon request, and two, ensuring all failed peer review reports are filed with the CBA. The remaining issue related to the selection of attendees associated with oversight activities is scheduled for discussion at the July 2023 CPC meeting. The CPC engaged in a constructive dialogue and appreciated staff and Cal CPA answering questions. Additionally, members acknowledged the progress being made on the outstanding issues. In summary, the CPC recommends that the CBA reaffirm the inclusion of increased access to peer review information as a new issue in the 2024 Sunset Report. In addition to describing the issue within the Sunset Report, also include draft legislative language to require all California licensed firms, including sole proprietors, to opt in to the sharing of all available objective information with the CBA via FSBA. The CPC also recommends that the CBA direct staff to work with President Salazar to draft a letter to the AICPA directing them to report all substandard peer review reports of California licensed firms, regardless of where they are headquartered, utilizing a data mining approach in collaboration with the Cal CPA. And lastly, CPC recommends that we direct staff to include proposed legislative language in the 2024 Sunset Report, specifying that all California licensed firms that are not headquartered in California must allow the AICPA to share their objective peer review information with the CBA. This is a fully formed motion and does not require a second. I will turn it back to President Salazar for discussion and a vote.
All right, thank you very much. So we do have a fully formed motion. Comment, discussion from our committee. Ms. Lata?
Thank you, President Salazar. I just wanted to clarify something. So our motion addresses the increased access to peer review information for our oversight function. So does that mean that we've decided to address the issue of accessing information related to the investigative function at a later time?
So I do have to ask, could I have the motion repeated one more time so I can hear that question? Is that okay? Just from staff, would you mind?
The CPC recommends that the CBA reaffirm the inclusion of increased access to peer review information as a new issue in the 2024 Sunset Report. In addition to describing the issue within the Sunset Report, also include draft legislative language to require all California licensed firms, including sole proprietors, to opt into sharing of all available objective information with the CBA via FASBA. The CPC recommends that the CBA direct staff to work with President Salazar to draft a letter to the AICPA directing them to report all substandard peer review reports of California licensed firms, regardless of where they are headquartered, utilizing a data mining approach in collaboration with the Cal CPA, additionally, direct staff to include proposed legislative language in the 2024 Sunset Report specifying that all California licensed firms that are not headquartered in California must allow the AICPA to share their objective peer review information with the CBA.
Thank you for that. So my response to that is it wasn't specifically addressed, and the conversation I heard focused on continuing to move forward with that at a later date, but the motion it wasn't specific to it. It does not mean that staff will not continue to work towards expanding that issue and providing additional options for us at a later date. So I do not believe it precludes future action. We are taking steps in a larger conversation and moving pieces forward, and so I think that would be an appropriate agenda item as staff is able to bring it back.
Thank you for clarifying. I know we addressed a specific portion, so I just wanted clarity on if we could still address the other portion. Thank you.
Yes, I believe that's the case. Any additional comments or questions? All right. So seeing none, I think we can move along to public comment here in Sacramento. And seeing none, I would like to invite our WebEx moderator to advise if anyone has indicated an interest in this agenda item.
We are now open for public comment. My apologies about the echo. We are open for public comment on the matter. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. There does not appear to be any request for public comment at the moment.
All right, thank you, moderator. So with that, there's no additional hands waving in the room. I think we can proceed to a vote. So Ms. Reed, would you please assist?
Christian Latta,
Yes.
Tony Lynn,
Yes.
Dee Dee Owens,
Yes.
Joe Rosenbaum,
Yes.
Katrina Salazar,
Yes.
Michael Savoy,
Yes.
Yen Tu,
Yes.
Evangeline Ward,
Yes.
Nancy Corrigan,
Yes.
and Dan Jacobson.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right, thank you very much for that. Ms. Latta, please proceed.
Thank you, President Salazar. We will move on to agenda item 11B3, information on the proposal of amnesty by the National Association of State Boards of Accountancy, or NASBA. Staff provided the CPC with information on the proposal of an amnesty program by NASBA. Amnesty would invite uniform CPA examination candidates who lost test credit due to the disruption of COVID-19 to return to the CPA exam testing process by reinstating earned test credits. During COVID-19, CPA exam candidates were granted a number of automatic extensions for CPA exam credits and notice to schedule expiration dates in 2020 and 2021, with the CBA continuing to grant COVID-19 related extensions on a case-by-case basis. Amnesty would instead provide targeted relief to those candidates who may have left the pipeline due to COVID-19. Should amnesty be implemented, the number of Californian candidates eligible for amnesty would depend on the criteria. NASBA's CBT Administration Committee has formed a task force to review and discuss this initiative. Staff stated they will continue to monitor the developments and report additional information as it is made available. If members have specific concerns or questions they would like the NASBA task force to consider, staff will gather and share them with NASBA. The CPC took no action on this item. This concludes my report, and I will turn it back over to President Salazar.
Thank you for that, Ms. Latta. Closing comments or questions from our board members? All right, Ms. Latta.
Thank you. A question came to mind, being that COVID-19 was primarily in 2020 and 2021, what really is the impact of a program like this? I'm sure many who left the pipeline back then might have gone on to other professions at this point or might be doing something different. So I was just curious how impactful to the pipeline it could be, considering that quite a bit of time has passed since then.
Ms. Corrigan, would you like to tackle that one?
Yes, I mean, I can only give, like partial response that is a program that is being looked into and analyzed. I don't know that anybody really has all of the answers at this time, but NASBA's trying to determine whether it's a worthwhile venture, and then they'll have to also consider dealing with all the complications that go along with it. So that's the best that we have for right now. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. So we've concluded our board member comments. I'd like to invite any public comments. Seeing no public comment here in Sacramento, I'd like to ask our WebEx moderator to open up for public comment on this agenda item.
We are open for public comment via WebEx. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand. We will call on people in the order we have requests. And we have no request for public comment at the moment.
Thank you very much, moderator. And thank you, Ms. Latta, for that report on the CPC. There's no vote? No, there's no motion. Okay, I think we're fine. So we're moving along to item 12, which is closing business. And that agenda item is regarding any future California board meeting agenda items that wish to be added. Are there any agenda items that our board members would like to add to future agendas? If so, please raise your hand. All right, we do have Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you. Subject is decorum. When I was explaining, taking the 2 seconds it took to explain why I had to abstain, Ray, the March CBA board minutes, my WebEx hookup picked up a male voice saying, "Don't care where he was." We're a congenial board, not a mean board. And I hope that congeniality continues. I'll leave it to the leadership as to whether it needs to be discussed further.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson, for sharing that comment with us. Are there any other agenda items? Okay, and seeing none, I would like to ask if there are any members of the public at the Sacramento location that would like to comment on adding future agenda items. And seeing none, I'd like to invite our WebEx moderator to open up the lines for public comment about suggested future agenda topics.
We are open for public comment on future agenda topics. If you would like to make a comment, please type the word comment into the Q&A box in the lower right-hand corner of the screen and send that comment to all participants. Dial-in users, please dial *3 to raise your hand, and we will call on people in the order we have requests. And there does not appear to be any request for public comment at the moment.
All right, thank you very much, moderator. So that is our final item of open session business. What we will be doing next is we will take a, I believe it is a 10-minute break, a 15-minute afternoon break, and we will resume in closed session, and that is pursuant to Government Code Section 11126E, and our board will convene into closed session to receive advice from legal counsel on litigation. Those agenda items are the Lanfang Zhao and ELZ Accountancy Corporation versus California Board of Accountancy, and Michael D. Robinson versus Board of Accountancy, as well as closed session for enforcement matters. So with that, I would like to move into a 15-minute break and thank everyone who participated in person and online for their participation today. Thank you.